Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me okay. I should have done more mic checks before I started. We're going to start properly in a couple of minutes. I'm doing some messing around with some astrophotography I did this week, and then we'll do comments as usual. And then I've got an interesting journey through liberal slop today. We're focusing around the topic of ICE and the Trump administration's war on its own people. Whee! Lots of interesting stuff to discuss this week. Everyone, please remember to pay for the stream if you enjoyed the stream with command tip. Put it in chat here. It's there. And what else was I gonna say? Where did my brain go? Oh, that's it. We'll start in, about the amount of time it takes to go pee and then make a little cup of tea. So everybody take a cue from me and go deal with some bodily needs before we get into the liberal slop zone. Hey chat, how we doing? Welcome to the stream. Let's get going with the liberal slop stream today. Welcome everyone. Hello to Aiden Cooper Obj 3. Nice to have you here. I recognize you from Mule's stream, I think. We were watching together the other day. Nini161, welcome to the stream. Catgirl Steph, always lovely to have you. Foxquirk, Row the Fair Thing Lion, welcome to the stream. Zyros, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. You are now, once again, a tier 1 subscriber and have all the same emotes. And you've been subscribing for 6 months, and that's really lovely. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the stream. We're gonna do some liberal slop as usual. I'm going to be doing a little bit of astrophotography work first. Everyone please tell me that you like my outfit, because it's extremely cute today. Like, I've got the sparkly, like, princess kind of vibe thing here, and then the trackies, it's very cozy, but it's all pink, so it's coordinated. This is accidentally, like, I really didn't mean for this to happen, but this is exactly what my trip outfit used to be when I used to take psychedelics, and because I don't anymore, obviously, because that's illegal. Reckless youth. What can you do? But I used to trip in a like flowy black trousers, and hey Joe, welcome to the stream, thanks for coming by. And like a halter neck black top, also quite thin, just for, like, flexibility. If anyone's ever done acid, like a kind of floaty, like, it feels really nice to. I love to balance when I'm I used to love to balance when I was tripping, and no longer. Anyway, it's just like exactly this in all black and quite thin material, and I just didn't mean to at all, but now I'm just like, now I've replicated the outfit. I'm trying a new thing with having chat on screen. If my lovely mod, Wintry Mute, could randomly delete one message and see how it affects this, that would be helpful feedback information to me. This is very much a everyone be nice or nobody has it situation. I will take the chat down if people are not being nice. But I realized that last stream I was making fun of. Let's be real. I was chat begging to be deleted. This is already great. Last stream I was, let's be real, making fun of a guy who identified as a classical liberal for a while, and I think it wasn't quite as good having it all, me reading it out and then responding to all of it. I think it might have been better if you could see it on screen. So that's what we're giving a go to. Hello and welcome to way more people who've come in since I started talking. So we've got Volpix989, a regular stream viewer recently, and chat view, a VOD viewer as well, which, when she's doing that, better, obviously. Hello and welcome to Princess Beck Knight 666. Lovely to have you here. Thank you. I think it's a cute fit as well. Volpix says, I got flashbanged last week with a management game on the front page of Steam in the Kurzgesagt art style. Then I clicked on it and got psychic damage because it was a Kurzgesagt game. No! Okay. All right. Okay. This gives me a perfect moment to intervene and point out an admin, housekeeping, everyone, for the stream. I have a couple of complications to the donation situation, one of which I'm still figuring out, and I'm hoping you all can help me a little bit, and the other one fairly straightforward. So I'll tell you that one first, and that's one that Volpix reminded me of. I am doing a new thing with my stream goal. There it is, the stream goal for today's stream. This will be the last stream of January, so, like, ideally I'd like it to get as high as possible towards the monthly goal, but the one I'd like to hit today is 400, because when I'm calculating what I need streaming to pay out for me to be paying the bills, it's about 150 a stream. I'm hoping that we can get 150 in donations. That would make a good stream, though all donations are appreciated and welcomed and lovely. And to incentivize that per stream, and this is per stream, I will add an extra stream on next month you'll get a whole extra one where we play games. So, if that's enticing, there's the incentivization, there's the incentive, and I could maybe play the Kurzgesagt game now that I've learned about it. Oh, pardon me. So, what are we doing now? Before we move on, the second thing about donations is, I was, when I was tiny baby, little tiny baby, which obviously I am now, but when I was physically this big, I was born in New Zealand, and it is my 30th birthday coming up this year, about 6 months away. My birthday is June 5th, and I had a brainwave that I would like to go visit where I was born for my 30th birthday. I haven't figured out how I would like to pitch this yet in terms of how donations would be different. I was thinking something like you can include a chat message and say this donation is for being able to keep the lights on and this donation is a birthday one, but I'm gonna need to figure it out. That's an upcoming thing that is coming up. Back to the main stream. I'm welcoming in people who have showed up to the stream. The people offering themselves to be deleted have not yet been deleted because Joe has to restart her PC. Cherry Pitspit, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Middle-earth Marxist, hello and welcome, and thank you. I think it is an amazing outfit. Is that one still on screen? Now I've made things a bit too small here. I can't really see the chat messages on my own, on here, the way you can see them. But can we donate games? Probably not. That's another thing related to donations, is that several people have told me that I should start a Throne account because PayPal isn't always good to everyone. Not everyone can. I've just received another donation. Okay. Catgirl Steph has donated £20 and says, treats for meow. So I get that the £20 is for me to get treats with. Are you buying a meow? Either way, thank you very much. Middle Earth Marxist has donated £5 and says, chat, give money for birthday lights. I don't understand the lights, but I really appreciate the £5. Thank you very much, Middle Earth Marxist. Well, I've just remembered his Kiwi, so that's really exciting. I'm the meow. I actually identify as a meow meow. 2 meows, meow meow. Anyway, who else? I think that's everyone. Widow of Oz, welcome to the stream. Prince Infidel, welcome to the stream. I think I have said hi to everyone, and if anyone missed out on a hi, say hi and get your hi now. You can claim your highs immediately. And I'm seeing now that everyone's just doing animal noises in the chat, so you're also welcome to just all do animal noises. That's fine too. Okay, that's stuff to do with the donations. Birthday thing. I've made a Throne account. I haven't put it anywhere yet. It will show up from next stream. I'm making some changes like from next stream because it's the start of a new month. But we've said hi to everyone. It's a liberal slop stream. Okay, I am just quickly. I wanted to show everyone some astrophotography I did. It's not particularly impressive. It is a very normal kind of capture that I get from my bedroom window. So like this is of Jupiter, and I put some phone pictures that I took through the telescope the other day, but I just wanted to show people a bit of the process in case people find this stuff interesting. And I'll also be making an astrophotography video for my patrons soon. So generally what I got to do is a lot of clicking through, right? And firstly we're looking for where it's broadly resolved quite well. It sure do look like a ball. And my bedroom window in fairly central London, the amount of light pollution means that I'm really just not going to get very good quality doing stuff out of my window. But we click through nonetheless. And then I've taken, hang on a second, should make sure this is muted. Okay, cool. I took various videos. The idea there being that I'm gonna put it through auto stacker, but like when I'm not getting any detail on the planet itself, it doesn't feel like there's loads of point to that. But just here actually, if we stop it and scroll, I'll move this so you can all see it a little bit better there. If we stop it and scroll, you can see 4 moons around Jupiter, although they're quite faint at the moment. So this is potentially the advantage of using the auto stacker here. Oh, they're quite nice in this one. And that's why I got the camera out, because I was showing the telescope to a friend who was just visiting me and my partner this week, which is also why I haven't looked at these until now. But I was showing it to her, and the moons were just arranged so perfectly around Jupiter. When I put the phone picture I took on Blue Sky, someone said it looked like a landing Boeing 747. It really does. Joe says, chat, I require tributes for deletion. Everyone please refer yourself to your nearest mod for deletion immediately. That would be really helpful. Thank you very much. Also, if anyone has any astrophotography questions, this is a perfect time to ask about it if anyone's curious. But yeah, what I'm saying about AutoStacker, if I haven't explained that properly, is I'm going to break this down into individual frames and then take the frames and turn them, and then use a software that stacks them together to make something nicer looking, is the idea. But with this, with these pictures of Jupiter, there aren't really very many good ones. Like, if we're talking about my best pictures of Jupiter so far, I think I've shown some of these on stream before, but like some of my best pictures of Jupiter, there is a pretty good level of detail with the weather bands, and like I've combined it together with auto-stacked. Like they're still just pinpricks, but they're very sharp. Like for the moons, I had a better one than that sometime quite recently, I think. What's this one? Oh no, that's an older one. Quite colourful, but not that good. Okay, I can see that Joe has not just deleted someone's message, but banned Middle-earth Marxist for saying space is lame. Although this was a tribute message suggested to be deleted. Where's my better one? This one's a good one. That one's from the actual trip out to a dark sky site. So this, I think, is one of my... Yes, this is from my best picture of Jupiter so far, which I think I've talked to you about on stream before, but I have this shadow of one of Jupiter's moons cast onto the atmosphere. I'm particularly proud of that. And ban removed, and you're back. Okay, so my question is, does it show up in the chat on screen as like, because I've seen this before. I've seen where people have like a capture for their chat, and it shows up, like it shows the deleted message on screen as like present but with a big cross out through it or whatever, and it's like, that's not helpful. So space is lame is in between whoa that's cool and Nightbot. Yeah, cool, it's successfully deleted. All right, now I'm just relying on my noble mods. This reminds me of a noble class of people who are better than the chatters. Hello to the VOD viewers. I should have actually said hello to you first before moving on to other stuff. Hello to the VOD viewers. It's lovely to see you. I have received several notifications from the welcome survey on my Patreon in the last couple of weeks saying this is a VOD viewer paying on Patreon because I watch the VODs. I really appreciate that. I'm very, very grateful. So hello and welcome to all the VOD viewers who are watching now, after the fact. I always appreciate your comments. We're going to be looking at some comments in a minute and discussing them, because if people remember, our last stream was about Iran and Venezuela, geopolitics liberal slop special. I really appreciate the people who've gone through to the Patreon. VOD viewers, just as with chat viewers, please pay for the stream if you're enjoying the stream. And if you are a regular VOD viewer, maybe consider going to my Patreon and doing it there. Yeah. Is there anything else to say for now? Probably not. Alright, so basically I just have to do a lot of clicking through the photos that I took and seeing if any of them have any kind of pronounced details. And it often helps with here, like, I think I made a point in my Mars video about, like, imaginative seeing, and part of what I meant there is not, like, what you record on your camera might not be, like, all that good, apparently, when you first look at it, and you might need to manipulate the photo a little bit to get out better details that are there. And what can be really striking when you do, like, what that process requires of you is sometimes for you to, like, remember what you are seeing through the eyepiece and, like, stylize it deliberately towards that, right? Which is, like, isn't kind of a perfectly scientific way to treat the image. But this is why you have to remember it's, you know, it is photography, like, it is an art rather than a science. I do joke about Sophie's space program, and if I was trying to, like, study something to do with Jupiter with my telescope, I would probably be doing things very differently. But a good example has just presented itself, because we have some very faint bands here. So faint that on this monitor I can barely see them, but on this monitor they're like they are there but quite faint. So we're gonna look at number 25. Number 25. Okay, and back to here. I should move all of these into my oh, it's raining really heavily outside. It's really pleasing. We're going into 2026, and we're going to, what was the date? I can check the date from my blue sky, and my blue sky, I'm not pulling this up accidentally, by the way. My blue sky is going to be part of where we're going next. As we know, blue sky is the font of all liberal slop. And we've got a whole blue sky side quest this week. Okay, I was in my files. I was naming this after the day 2 days ago, which would be 260128. Cool. And put them all there. While that's copying, check in on chat. Wintermute says, we got incredibly accurate maps of the surface of the moon from some dude straight eyeballing it, so it's very true. It's very true. A lot of, yeah, this is what I mean, like, imaginative seeing is a real practice that everyone has to take part in. Soya Enjoyer 42069, welcome to the chat. Vodrella, hey, welcome to the stream, lovely to have you here. I feel like I missed out someone. Valerie, the lovely Italian, welcome to the stream. Valerie says blue sky is liberal slop factory. It's absolutely true. Million Peaches, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you here. Okay, everything's copied across, and which one was I going to do? 25, I think. So let's make it smaller, and 25. And then this is the kind of messing around I'm talking about, where I just basically, I'm going to fuck with the levels a bit. And I'll probably do more of this with, like, better pictures. This is just something I've been kind of meaning to do a little. And, oh, this one's probably going to be quite tricky, I think. Because it is such a faint difference. One nice thing with curves also is, like, you can just sharpen up the circle in general by bringing the black a bit higher. Like, it takes out a lot of the fuzzy. I've forgotten the name of that. It's like planetary glow, or there's like a proper name for it. But yeah, I just figured since I hadn't got around to doing this anyway, it might be interesting to some viewers. Vordrella says, a Twitch ad to join the military. That's a fucking nightmare. I'm sorry that happened. That's rough. Okay. I'm not sure I'm doing much here to bring the contrast up. I think, again, these are just so faint that it's going to be quite hard to get much particularly out. By the way, I hope everyone has had a nice couple of weeks. I've had a very eventful couple of weeks. Broadly quite nice. I've had some bullshit going on. Joe knows about it. But I've also had a lot of lovely stuff happen too. The reason I didn't stream last week was that Nat was visiting. We had a really lovely time. So, you know. Middle Earth Moxa says heliosphere. No, it's not like a layer of the atmosphere. It is just an optical effect I'm talking about, where like the glow of the planet will appear like quite significantly larger than the planet itself. Like if you could, yeah, like if you could see perfectly, and it's usually caused by our atmosphere and like the light in our atmosphere more than anything else. Wadrella says, hooray, I hope Nat is doing well. Yeah, yeah, broadly. I think we're... She says to me quite a lot, it is what it is, and partly this is reference to an Instagram reel we both enjoy, and partly this is just sage bunny wisdom. Yeah. It is what it is. Amber Moon, welcome to the stream. Amber Moon says, I glued my ass to the ceiling this week. Please tell me more about that. Another thing I've had going on, I'm a little bit loath to talk about this because like part of it, when I get into it, I'm going to immediately be saying like, I wish people wouldn't be talking about this. How best to do that then? I guess for people who already know what I'm talking about, I encountered someone who told a very public lie and who, you know, lied to me as well recently. And she's a trans woman of color. And like, for people who don't know, I'm being deliberately vague, so just literally please don't look it up, because like the thing I'm frustrated by is basically that like a lot of people who are in similar situations to me in that they were lied to about it, just like keep talking about it a ton and like drawing attention to the general situation, and the situation like mutates and mutates because there's a dedicated crew of people who hate trans women who are harassing every trans woman within like a mile of the epicenter of the like core embarrassing thing. And that's the internet, right? Is like the internet, a lot of people talk about how they talk about as if they're like engaging with something on a level of right and wrong or whatever, but they actually care about cool and cringe, and that's literally all they care about. And if there's something cringe that also like trans women are near, it's an opportunity for them to let out like bad feelings, specifically through the avenue of like how society has taught them to hate and be disgusted by trans women. And it's really sickening. Like, and I've been through, you know, similar situations where like the kind of interpersonal dynamics of whatever's going on, it just doesn't need to be exposed to like the internet hate machine. And I just like Vodrella here saying cool and cringe, like we never left school and its indoctrinations. Yeah, exactly. It's a nightmare. And I'm seeing a bunch of dolls who are like, have a little bit of a platform and keep on trying to express like, she lied to me about this thing and I wish her no ill will. And I'm just like, you can't do that. That's not real. So this is, to be clear, my one time talking about it, and I'm not going to say what I'm talking about, and I don't encourage people to look it up. I think what I'm trying to, and I trust my chat here and I trust my VOD viewers, but like I just want to say about it this one time, like there are things like the trans rules of engagement is like a famous article. Like you there is no such thing as, hey, the internet, here is a thing that you could shame this trans woman with, but I wish her no ill will. That's not real. That's just completely not real at all. And like, anyone who is doing that is either stupid or very cynical and covering their ass when they actually do want to like whip up a fucking lynch mob against a trans woman. Yeah, and it just like also like, it also just like is kind of personally unwise in terms of like engaging with things that lead to people harassing you more. Like when you're shout out to my definitely majority autistic chat when I say this, but you know when you're being bullied in school and your parents inevitably and teachers inevitably tell you that like if you don't give them a reaction it'll just stop, and this is bad advice, right? Like can we all just like agree with this for a second? Like that's not true. That that's like, in the playground bullies will keep bullying you. This however is pretty good advice for like internet harassment. Like they want to make content, and that is very literally like they want a reaction. And yeah, it's just like very frustrating seeing effectively like several people with platforms who are kind of around this trans woman of color who has upset them by doing this really stupid thing. And it's a stupid thing, like, you know, and I also personally like don't deal well with being lied to, partly because I have like a immediate kind of autistic, I don't know, I can't get my head in like in people telling big lies. It's crazy to me. But they're all talking about her, and in terms of like more harassment happening, I don't want to blame victims of harassment that like for harassment that is like being done against them. Urban Radagast, welcome to the chat. Great username, by the way. That's fantastic. I have a tattoo I gave myself that says Witch of the City, based on the game Bewitching Revolution, if you've ever heard of it. And if anyone hasn't, you should check it out. Urban Radagast says, I often read FRM from in your username as FTM, and that makes me very confused for a sec. I've had someone before leave a comment on one of my main videos saying like I made a joke about like when I used to think I was a man, and they said, I thought for a second Sophie was a detransitioner. I thought it was very, very funny. Anyway, yeah, it's just a very frustrating thing to me, and like I wish that the people involved would just like would stop talking about it and deal with any kind of like personal part of it between them and this trans woman of color personally. And like and just more broadly, I think I wish that the queer community and the trans community properly understood that like there is no reality in which you talk about a trans woman negatively in public and you don't like cause her massively bigger like reaction and like horrors basically than literally any other gendered group of people would receive. And the only kind of caveat to that is that like whiteness makes a big difference. Like it will be infinitely worse, like, you know, like if we're entirely talking about white people involved, then like the harassment that like people of color and especially women of color would receive like is significantly more than white people will. But we're talking about, you know, when we're talking about trans women of color, it's just like you just have to like find any way to like de-escalate shit, like not in public. Fucking insane. Anyway, in chat, what we got? Bewitching Revolution. Sarah Zedig made a video about it. Yes, that's where I first learned about it, and then I was very excited, and so excited actually that I ended up giving myself a tattoo based on it. It was good fun. Okay. Vaudrella says, this is eerily similar to Lenin's writing on the millions and millions of petty bourgeoisie constantly trying to counter the revolution at every chance. This is maybe a topic for a different stream that is like deliberately focused around this. But like social media is creating a record of everyone that everyone else can access all the time. I have said many times, crime is just this like this logbook, this tally that Borderella says, I'm currently reading Left Wing Communism. It's very funny. Crime is kept as this ledger of the misdeeds of the working class that are it's constantly used as this like propagandizing force. They bring up like crime as a concept to propagandize us that we couldn't govern ourselves without a ruling class oppressing us. And that's just like a core concept to me. That's a really like a beginning point, right? Is like, look at you stupid children. How could you possibly govern yourselves when you have all these conflicts? And it's like, well, our conflicts would be better resolved if we were all working in a communistic fashion, and we all like benefited equally from the fruits of our labors, and you know, or better yet, to each according to their need. Oh wow, B-Rat says, okay, here it is. Because this is one of my regular bangers, and I say this a lot, B-Rat has, crime is a record of all the wrongs the working class have done to one another to reinforce the idea that they couldn't govern themselves without a ruling class oppressing them is permanently in my quotes notebook. That's really lovely, thank you so much. Again, it's a core principle for me. It's a really core principle for me. Like, people's conflicts, people's like the stuff going on between people doesn't need to be everyone's business. And like when it is made everyone's business, that is extremely political. When the ruling class do crimes, this being made everyone's business is good work by journalists because it's speaking truth to power and you know, exposing the morally bankrupt regime of the ruling class. When it's working class people, it's just like, this exists only to propagandize that working class people are scum. Like, I've thought this since I was about 14, and my partner at the time was in family court for an extremely distressing situation that, like, you know, just like everyone involved in it was like fucked, just like really upset, a very traumatic time. My partner had been through a very traumatic time. Partner in this case, like, you know, childhood sweetheart, whatever. And the local paper had a thing about it. And I'm just like, that's inconceivably disgusting. Like, whose business is that? Like, why the fuck? Like, literally, like, why would that be in the paper? And, you know, then I related this to my own experiences. My uncle died in Hillsborough, right? And like the Sun and other conservative rags, like, oh my goodness, thank you so much, Cat Girl Steph, for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. So XX Kilala Kitty XX, Kippa or Kipo, Foxquirk, Paula the Llama, and Irony Boy 1119. You now all have tier 1 subscriptions to Sophie from Mars and access to tier 1 emotes like MILF pills, so congratulations on that. And Irony Boy 1119, I'm gonna need you to put some messages in the chat because your username has the worst vibes. I'm really sorry. I'm calling for a check-in at this point. Irony Boy, please message in the chat. Please call in now. Thank you so much to Catgirl Steph for gifting those subs. Really appreciate it. Also, if anyone could gift Joe a sub, not for ad-free viewing, but just to be nice, because she's a mod here. She's got the little mod badge. She's got a little sword on her, you know, she's keeping that thang about her person. But she hasn't got a sub, and that's crazy. Oh my god, I misread it. Oh my god, it's Iron Boy. Okay, Iron Boy, no worries. It's completely fine. I'm so sorry about that. My brother has dyslexia, and the older I get, the more I wonder if I do too, and I've managed to just like no-sell through it in school. which I don't think is how it actually works. The irony of misreading the username. It's true. It is pretty ironic, actually. Anyway, Iron Boy, message or don't, in either way, I'm very sorry, and you're very welcome here, and you don't have stinky vibes. And no one is thinking you're stinky. In fact, they're probably thinking I'm pretty stinky right now for all of that. So, back on. Crime is a record of all the wrongs the working class have done to one another to reinforce the idea that they couldn't govern themselves without a ruling class oppressing them. This idea over here, we've got a pin in it, we're taking the pin out, we're revisiting it now. And yes, I was reading that off of Vordrella's B-Rat's message, because because it was convenient. But again, it is a a starting point for me. Valerie, the lovely Italian, says, "You're not stinky." I beg to differ. I definitely am. I'm absolutely ripe over here. Social media is keeping a record of everyone all the time, right? Like, and that sounds paranoid, but it's just an observably true fact we all know. And I think that's like, I don't know, that's very striking to me. And like, in the same way as sentencing and prisons, then the entire carceral punitive justice system affects and is used against marginalized people more, and the more marginalized, the more it's used against them. This is another punitive technology, the mass public shaming of social media, and like, it's just like, it's very striking to me. And so I guess I'm going to wrap up the topic that I was on. We're not going to talk about that anymore. Chatters and VOD viewers, anyone who knows the thing I'm talking about, please do not, don't give any kind of identifying details to it. All I'm trying to say to people here is the internet does not care about right and wrong. It cares about cool and cringe. And when something is cringe, and there are trans women especially near it, just infinity harassment is coming their way, and that is just an extremely violent and horrible experience that can lead to like a lot of unexpected consequences as well. Like, there is a huge history of trans women experiencing lack of access to housing, employment, healthcare, just all sorts of things, because of harassment, that like, when you think of harassment and you think that's just people sending you mean messages, well, it's not, right? Like, oftentimes very determined trans misogynists will go after like cutting off people from their community, from their friends, from access to the things that they really, really basically need. And I know plenty of this firsthand. It's just a really horrible time. So, in reference to the thing I've been alluding to, I just wish everyone keep quiet about it and talk interpersonally and stop talking publicly about it. Okay, so back over here. Number 25 turned out to be not that great. So let's go look again at, oh, it's weird that it closed. Let's go look again. We've got some fuzzy stripes on this one. So the really annoying thing is, it's been completely cloudy here recently, so I've not been able to really see anything. And then I had my first clear nights in ages while this friend was visiting, which is like, I'm not mad at all. I had a wonderful time seeing this friend, but like, but I would have loved to take out the telescope to the park. You can definitely see some of the banding here. Again, this is faint enough that on the one monitor over here that I'm actually looking at this on, I can't see these, and then with the color difference on the second monitor where I have Streamlabs, I can see the stripes. What else? So I'm hoping there are going to be more clear nights soon, because I actually haven't done the little astronomy group I've been doing for absolutely ages, and I really want to get back out there, and I'll also be able to get way better pictures because I've gained quite a lot of experience with astrophotography in general and different techniques of doing it, and also of post-processing the images that I take. Link Retro, thank you so much for... Oh, it's a watch streak. Oh, well, thank you so much for watching, I guess. And hi, and welcome to the stream. I see the notification come up, and then I'm like, you know, Twitch has so many things, so many bells and whistles on Twitch. Okay, I think that we're not going to get much detail on the planet itself. I will once again show you one of the best pictures of Jupiter I've taken, or the best picture of Jupiter I've taken so far, to show the kind of level of detail I'm getting if I go out to a dark sky site. Is this, right? Like really just incredible, like variation of the bands. That shadow is the absolute pinnacle of like details I've managed to pull from astrophotography so far, I think. The color differentiation, the fact that like it looks like a 3D ball is fantastic. Yeah, just really, really proud of that one. Versus, where were we just now? Versus number 25, where are you? Versus from my bedroom window in fairly central London with the most light pollution. It's if nothing else, a strong demonstration of the effects of light pollution. Okay, so should we leave that for now? I think I said I might do the auto stacker. Chat, would you like to? We've been streaming for nearly an hour already. Would you like to see how auto stacker works, the separating the video out into frames thing, or would you like to begin with the actual main liberal slop stream now? Lorcan, welcome to the stream. Federal murder and weapons charges dropped against Luigi. Yes, I heard this. Based on the charges that they are still bringing, he could still be facing a life sentence, but the big news in the Luigi case today is that he is not going to be facing a death penalty now, no matter what. Okay, we've got no strong preferences on the on whether to go on to liberal slop now or carry on with this, so I'm gonna keep on doing my special interest, and we can all keep on chatting. So that's great. I'm going to do a little bit on my other screen without showing it because it is I'm using command line and it's my file system, and I don't want to actually show it all in chat. But I'll narrate so that you do know if you're really curious about how I'm doing stuff. So I'm using the command line tool FFmpeg, and no shame on this. I am, as I do absolutely every time, Googling FFmpeg separate video into images, because there's no way I'm remembering all the flags that you need to put on that command for it to work. But once you do have it working, actually I can show you one thing from my file system. I'm not too worried about showing to people, which is, oh, that was the moon. That's the moon as well. Everything's the moon. Sorry, just my friend has just said that she's landed safe. There we go, cool. Million Peaches says you should set an alias for the command. That's exactly what I would do if I was still regularly programming, and I think just because I'm not often enough in the command line, I'm not doing that, and then it's like, this is basically the one command line tool I'm using, and I'm not, and I could make it really quick for myself. This is kind of crazy that I don't have this. Okay, here we go, I'll show you now. So, I've got this results folder here, and that's what I do in my folders where I've got like video files, is I make a results folder, and then that's where I'm exporting all the frames to. Is this? Hang on a second. Oh shit, this is actually a video I've taken of the nebula. That's unexpected. I don't think I'd actually done any of that. Maybe I didn't remember I'd done any of that because it's produced quite shit results. For context, this is the Orion Nebula. As you can see, nothing, because you can see nothing. And if we go look at one of my best pictures of the Orion Nebula, where are we looking? This is one of my best pictures on my DSLR. You know, you can see the glow very strongly, but it's not like the one I got on the better camera recently. Orion Star Map project? Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just load the full thing. Expect the stream to crash now. This is not it. Chat, just quickly, I'm just gonna make sure no one is mistaken on this. I'm using this image, which is from like Hubble or some shit, to map against. Let's just get that off the screen. This over here is it. Oh. There we go. And I'm getting a lot of detail, and I'm feeling really proud of it. I'm feeling really, really proud of it. Especially these dark bits right here. That's nebula matter that is closer to us than the light there. And like the fact that there's that differentiation of not just like this is an absence where space is, but there is like matter in the way. I just think that whips. Anyway, that's like best stuff I'm shooting at the moment, and don't need to save it right now. And my point was that, and I've completely lost the folder and getting overexcited to show you this stuff. This is just like, this is pure like Sophie's special interest hour is all the stream is right now. Everyone, if you're enjoying Sophie's special interest hour, please consider paying for Sophie's special interest hour. I can't really use the like I'm doing work right now and you should pay me for it thing when I'm calling it my special interest time. But if you like seeing it, then please do pay. You can use command tip, and if you're a VOD viewer, you can go to my Patreon if you want, or use the link below. That also works. Okay, I'm now going into my file system. And has that worked? Yes, that's pretty cool. Except that I went one too far in. It needs to be telescope, and it needs to be raw photos. Oh no. So what I'm going to do is create that same results folder like I said I was going to have in, like I had in the other folder. I'm going to pick a video to strip apart into frames. Princess Beck Knight 666 says I'm being cute now and you should pay me for that. It would be great to be paid for being cute, actually. If anyone does want to just pay me for being cute, then my job's great. At that point, I can give up on being smart at that point. Okay, so at this point, I'm checking which of the videos that I've taken has come out the best, and we're talking about the wobbliness. It doesn't matter so much at the start because I'll probably delete off the frames where it's wobbling a bunch at the start. We're talking about like the best frames for seeing the details that I want to see, which in this case is the moons. Looks like through most of this one I can only see 3 of the moons, unfortunately. Wait, is one of them way over there? That's unexpected. Do we still have music playing this whole time? Volpix989 here saying, hang on, is it coming to the screen already? Sophie is, oh, this side. Sophie is having fun right now, and she'd quite like to be paid to be having fun. So if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing on Twitch or Patreon or using command tip. It's all very true. And we will go on to the proper Liberal Slop stream soon as well. So I'm looking at amount of shake. There are 2 different kinds of wibbly wobbling going on here, by the way. So there's like the stuff that you see. Why is this not doing this? Why is it not loading the bar? There it is. So there's the stuff you see at the start where basically the whole image is shaking around, and that's just because the telescope is very is very like delicate, and it turns out the floor of my bedroom is once you're looking through a very sensitive piece of equipment at something, you realize that the floor of your bedroom is like not nearly as sturdy as you thought it was. So this first bit, it wibbles around a ton just because it's settling after I step away. But then the second thing is like this kind of veil around the planet. That's actually the glow as it's coming through our atmosphere. That's called atmospheric seeing. This here, the kind of shifting mass there, that's the light just passing through the oxygen and whatever else, you know, the gas in our atmosphere, and just like shimmering a lot. And that's why, like, this night that I took this, it was the first clear night I haven't had in ages. It was a very clear night to the naked eye. And if you look on like a regular like weather report for like, you know, will it rain kind of weather, it'll be like, that's a clear night. But if you look on astronomy and stargazing sites for it, it would say this is actually really bad conditions for stargazing because there's a high, very thin layer of cloud. And this is all stuff I've learned more recently about stargazing and about using telescopes especially. So that like layer of cloud that would not really be visible to people with the naked eye, when you're trying to use a telescope, it does all of this, and you can see how absolutely crazily like that's bouncing around and like morphing and deforming, and that is all down to the cloud layer. Yeah. Okay, so I think the video we were watching is a pretty good one. That's called 0016. I'll just copy the name, that's fine. Right, so it's gonna be, oh, I've opened up how to do this over here. So it's to do this, FFmpeg, -I, and then your input video. So let's do that. FFmpeg, and I always think of this as FFmpeg. I kind of just can't not, I think. It's just like in my head every time. Input video file 016, and then FPS is 1, because we want to have every frame turn into one frame. And then I give it an output name. So FPS is 1 / results, or no, sorry, results / and what should I call these? Jupiter, the date of the thing, 28, out %d .png. Has that worked? Fuck's sake. Absolutely. Absolutely not. And I was so sure of myself. Just for a second there, I was like, yes, I've actually pulled it off. Another secret to this whole process is that I absolutely never just pull it off first time. What have I missed? Is it a flag? Yes, I just missed the VF flag, which I don't actually know what that does. So from my perspective right now, the VF flag is just make it run, just make it do. I don't know if there's a difference between it doing without it or doing with it, because it just doesn't do when it's not on. And now we can go back over here and we'll see there's a ton of little images, and they align with the tracking around in the video. Although this looks quite a lot shorter than the video we were watching. Let me just check. Was I looking at the right one? This video is like 4 minutes long, and VF is video filter. Okay. Is this just taking one from each? Maybe I actually shouldn't have had the Shouldn't have had the FPS on. Chat, I'm stupid, help. Okay. Oh, I am stupid because I said I wasn't going to have that on screen. Let's get that off screen. Cool. Maybe it's the number of digits I'm working to? If it does it too fast, I'll know again that it's generated too few frames. Yeah, that might have been too fast. Okay. I'm trying it again with just FPS cranked up to the FPS that the camera actually shoots at, in the hopes that that will... Yeah, it looks like it's generating more now. Yeah, that's looking way better. Yeah, thank you for joining me for my special interest time. I'm having a good time. I hope other people are too. So we'll be looking at stuff related to ice today on the stream. The obviously all of the shit's been absolutely horrific. The murders that have happened, the just kind of open, intense, craven Nazism of the whole thing. And I've lined up a few different articles from the top three, the big three, The Atlantic, The Economist, and The New York Times, to take a variety of ideological viewpoints. No, just to see how they're handling this, because I think it's an interesting topic, and I want to chat about it at length today. Has this finished? Oh wow, it's still going. Okay. I suppose that's what I get for having a 4-minute long video. I'm stripping into frames. Oh, I can close Photoshop. Maybe my computer will have a nicer time. Okay, cool. B-Rat saying arresting journalists is the newest US horror. I'm pretty certain the US has arrested journalists before, but I did see the video and it's fucking scary as fuck. The like DEA guy outside her house. Yeah, no, just like absolutely nasty stuff going on in America right now. Okay, yep, it's finished. So now I can show you all auto stack it. Here we go. Okay, live screen. So auto stack it is a funny little program because I think it's charming. I think it's very, very charming. It's like so obviously homegrown astrophotography software by some nerds, for some nerds, and has, you know, absolutely no user interface. I mean, it has a user interface, but it's like incredibly basic, and I find that quite charming. We are going to get a bunch of these files. 26, second one, and I'm going to skip the starting files. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no, it's in results. It's okay. That's fine. I'm going to skip the starting files altogether because I know that it was wobbling around a bunch at the start. So I think if I skip the first few seconds, it should have calmed down by that point. And it's going to start trying to show me this over here. I need to move the zoom out. There we go. Okay, and I need to get to the bottom of there and just go, yep, give me all those. And now it'll give me this view of this. What I need to do is firstly just process the data, so analyze it. And what it should be doing is giving me the photos ordered in terms of how good it reckons they are, basically. Like, it looks through, I don't understand its algorithm completely, but it looks through the photos and decides which one is probably sharpest, is probably giving the highest level of detail. And then I, on this interface here, will pick out like particular detail spots I'm trying to highlight. In this case, it's probably pretty faint on that monitor, but I want to get the moons where they are. So yeah, That's what I'm trying to do. Middle-earth Marxist says collateral murder was literally the US military murdering journalists in Iraq. I don't know about the specifics of what you're talking about. Lesbian Charmander 004, super cute username, by the way. Is Charmander number 4? Or number 7? Number 4, right? That's why you called yourself that. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I don't think I said welcome before. Hi, welcome to the stream. Really lovely to have you here. The US has always tried to censor and arrest journalists, but the public attention on the practice really does make it feel like it's getting worse. I know it's just an outgrowth of how bad it's always been, but it still sounds bad. Yeah, that's like... I don't want to be mistaken here for saying that, like, it's always been this way, so there's no complaining, or... like, America is a fundamentally fascist entity, and that means that whatever. Like, it's just like, yes, it's clearly, very clearly gotten worse, and it's very clearly a worse time. Okay, so now what it's chosen is an image that's no good because it's almost entirely off the frame. So I'm going to skip through and pick one I think is good. I think that one there's pretty good. I'm going to select these guys, the planet itself, and what's over there, which I think might be the fourth moon, the fourth of the Galilean moons, or might just be a star in the background. But either way, I've picked those. I've analyzed already now, and it's Jupiter. Yeah, actually, just that should be fine. And then here are my options. I've got number of frames to stack or frame percentage to stack. So do two different approaches to how you want to process the data. And you can see this line here is like its estimation of different like qualities of image. I'm going to say I want to stack 1%, 10%, 15%, and 30%. Those should be like the highest end ones that will be good. And also one made of just 20 frames, because those are the settings I was using when I was messing with images of Saturn, and I think it's probably pretty useful to carry on with them now. So that's stacking now. Yeah, I don't want to be mistaken for saying like it was always bad, so you can't complain about stuff. Like, America has always been like this to some people, and it is doing it more and doing it to the people that people weren't expecting it against. Like, people saying that like Renee Good and Alex Pretty are white, and people are just not paying any attention to the people who ICE has killed, who are people of color. And that's a pretty good point, but where does it take you? Like people are outraged about this because, yeah, probably because of a racial bias. Like, there is definitely some racism at play there, and it's down to like people seeing those two white people as like closer to them and therefore feeling more in danger. But like, I think everyone agrees that we want those people to get mad and fight ICE. So I don't think that it's like a bad thing in and of itself that they are angry. I also would like people to like know about and pay more attention to the people of color that ICE are persecuting, torturing, raping, killing, detaining, exploiting. But I think that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just tone policing here, but like, I think that some people are approaching this as just like, how dare you not know the names of these people? And a lot of people are then sharing around those posts, having learned the names of those people from the post. And I think that maybe we need just a kind of cultural shift against this kind of quite, I don't know, unhelpful attitude. Middle Earth Marxist, I don't understand your comment here about Batman. I have not seen the thing you're referencing, I think. Okay, let's see if AutoStacker has given us anything useful. Okay, so far no. Yes, I've got several different articles from... I've got two from The Economist, I've got two from The Atlantic, and we're going to watch a little bit of Ezra Klein's podcast again, because it got some attention. But we'll get into that. I think before I go into the articles, I also would really like to look at some stuff that happened on Blue Sky, which this is starting the liberal slop stream. I want to be clear about this. This is not me still putting off the liberal slop stream to do more stuff I want to do. That's going to wrap up when AutoStacker finishes stacking. But Blue Sky is the font of all liberal slop. It all truly culturally is centered around liberal Twitter and Blue Sky, and we. I want to talk about I made a post that got a bunch of attention because it just got really picked up in the Discover feed, and the reactions to it, and just genuinely, I'm sincerely asking here chat's takes on what happened here, and then also hopefully to get a little bit on the same oh, this is the Batman thing. We'll watch this in a second. Just get onto the same page because I think that a lot of people were specifically, it seems like a lot of American boomer libs were very wound up about this post that I made, and it felt helpful to bring this up and talk through the kind of nuances of the subject matter. So, is AutoStacker still stacking? Yes, okay, cool. We are going to start looking at the thing now then, and come back to the stacks when they're done. Alright, Blue Sky time. Let's lib the fuck out. Immediately.
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man.
It's a great time over on bluesky.com/profile/sophie-from-mars.bsky.social. I didn't even get the start of the URL right. It's literally bisky.app, whatever. So, I said, he already wasn't going to hold elections. Yes, it's more obvious now, but it was always true. He was obsessed with his vote counts, insisted they rigged every election, and already tried to overturn the results once. There aren't going to be elections. And... important note here that I'll actually before even properly getting into it, I'll go back out here and just point out I know a part of what happened was a misunderstanding. I was talking about I do not believe there will be presidential elections in America. I am not very plugged into electoral politics generally because I don't think it's how change broadly happens. So a lot of the reaction was people being very mad because they thought I was saying he's going to stop the midterms, and I got a lot of replies in here saying Trump cannot stop the elections. Elections are run by the states. The federal government has no role in administering them. There is no easy way for the feds to stop elections. And then people getting very mad because they felt like I was spreading doomerism or whatever here, or spreading misinformation or whatever. And I think they were just annoyed because they were seeing this thing get attention, and the thing that happens online where clout must equal money and power, I guess. So if someone has a post that's doing numbers, they are a very powerful person you need to bring down. Princess Beck Knight saying what saying here, it's down there now. What do you mean he's gonna stop elections? People can't do that. That's illegal. So okay, as I said, to be present in the nuances of this, yes, if people did take me as talking about the midterms, I think the midterms are probably broadly going to go ahead. I do think broadly there are going to be midterms. I think that they will probably use a ton of it to manufacture consent for what they obviously want to do, which is cancel the presidential election. Like, Steve Bannon talks openly about this. Stephen Miller talks pretty openly about this. Trump has alluded to this in the way that he does when he definitely means, like, yes, this is the plan. They want Trump forever, right? They want at least a third term, but they want to just get as much power as they possibly can out of the cult of Trump. And, like, yeah, I don't think there are going to be elections. And this has been something that I've been saying since, I guess, since he came in for the second one, maybe since the election. And I don't know, I've had people repeatedly say to me, like, I want you to put down a hard bet on this. What does there aren't going to be elections mean? And I'm kind of like, to me, it seems like, oh, is it done? Oh. A little detour in here. Is this any good? Let's find out. Let's close that one, That's pretty good. That's alright. I think there should be another moon visible there, but I'm a little confused by it. Maybe it is this one. It's all pretty sharp looking, I think. If we go for one that has more frames stacked into it, opposite end of the spectrum, yeah, I'd say these are a little brighter. Okay, overall pretty good. Alright, check out my socials for me posting this at some point soon. Back to Blue Sky. Yeah, I can't say what the exact details of how he will try, at least, to do what he's gonna do, but, like, I feel like it should be fairly obvious to people broadly that, like, he is going to do whatever he can do to stop there from being elections. And the idea of the guy who lied about how many votes he got to begin with, and then said it was rigged even though he won, and then said the vote was rigged and he lost, and he tried to overturn it with a fucking insurrection and, like, a little personal army of fash posters showing up with guns and zip ties and stuff. And then, like, pre-gamed the next election with, like, this is definitely rigged, and then lied again about the vote counts, and then has been saying he's going to extend term limits or be president for life. Yeah, I don't think that guy is gonna, like, cede power peacefully and just, like, get voted out and then be like, oh, well, fine. That's fine by me. Like, come on. I think that part of it's a fairly obvious take, and, like, I know that's a very vibes-based analysis, but, like, this is, let you in on a little secret here from inside the takes industry that I work in. It's all vibes-based analysis. Yeah, I think to me, at least, it feels fairly clear, like, he's not going to, like, peacefully cede power to like, a Democrat, like, Gavin Newsom, who gets more of the votes or whatever. Yeah. I think there are two kind of strong caveats to this. Or are they the same caveat? Yes, they're the same thing, but they manifest in different places. So I said, when I was kind of trying to clarify my point about this on Blue Sky, like, I only see him leaving office in a coffin or because he's happy with the state of the country. And I think the first one is much more likely. Like, a lot more likely. But regarding the second one, this is the thing I think manifests in different places, and it should be a bit of a focus of what we're talking about today, actually, with ICE. The situation in which Trump peacefully cedes power to someone he lost an election to is the situation in which he has implemented the changes he wants to make to America, and he's confident they're going to last, and he feels like the person who's coming in next shares his vision of how America should be. And that's not a good situation. Like, that's, to put it mildly, quite a bad situation. Like, I think that something that has been a little lost in some analyses of like what Trump is doing is the scariest possibility, which I don't think is true, really. Which is the social organism of America, the hyperobject, the idioform, is doing the same things that the Roman Republic did when Julius Caesar, the extremely popular and populist public figure, declared himself emperor. Which is that the guy was condemned by the people who believed in the rules and decorum, and he was murdered by the Senate. And then a guy came along not too long after who said, I think it would actually be good if I was emperor, and I have a pragmatic plan, and I've worked closely with people of different perspectives to make this make sense. And then the Roman Republic became the Roman Empire. And yeah, I think that America's waning imperial power is unlikely to be reversed. I think it could have been comfortably halted into something, and still could at this moment, like at any moment, could be comfortably halted into something sustainable by an eco-socialist revolution. I think that if there were an eco-socialist revolution in the United States, the power and also the wealth that exists within America for Americans could be maintained, and the quality of life, broadly speaking, with some changes that some reactionaries would consider a complete sacrifice of their way of life, like less burger, more bus. Less burger, more bus. That is actually, I said like those things. It is basically those things. It's less burger, more bus. The project as Trump is running it now is losing power and will keep losing power. The project as Biden was running it before Trump was losing power and would keep losing power. A sustainable and eco-socialist version of America would be able to halt things a little and become something stable if people were living, with the kind of equality that could come about only through a socialist revolution. But if America were going to gain power, it would be through normalizing a kind of brutality we currently treat as beyond the pale. I'm actually trying to stop using that phrase because of the anti-Irish history of it. We currently treat as a step too far, unthinkable, whatever. It's the scariest possibility, although I do not think this is likely, is America successfully rearranging around Trump's vision to have successive emperors after Trump. And I think it's a little bit unconsidered by people who are like, he's not going to cancel elections, that if he were to lose in an election and cede power to someone else, or for that matter, respect term limits or whatever, it would require America becoming such an impossibly fascist entity that it's in some senses one of the worst outcomes. I mean, the same thing, but the term changeover is when he dies, and Baron Trump becomes the new God Emperor is probably a worse outcome. But like, this is what I mean about the presidential elections. Let's see what chat's saying. So, Blank Quentin, welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. Says, we can't think of a kind of fuckery that will actually work, but they're definitely going to go after the vibes. Yeah, right? Like, if a bunch of red states don't hold midterms, and then they just insist that they just still have legitimacy, what would happen? Like, in total seriousness, if like the ruling establishment of those red states said, we're just not holding midterms, we're not giving the Democrats a chance to rig the election and use their adrenochrome to, I don't know, like, yeah. Lesbian Charmander 04 says, I think people just doubt that Trump will be able to halt elections, not that he won't try to. I know what you mean, but my brain's kind of tripping over the triple negative. But I do know what you mean. Yes. And I think that, like, I don't know. I don't know about the possibilities of that. I think, as I said earlier, I do personally think, and this is like a take shared with American friends who actually know more about like the American electoral system, but like, yeah, I think the midterms broadly will happen, and I think that will be the pretext hugely for suspending the presidential elections. Like, a combination of that and the like crisis without and within, the like, look how many people are protesting, look how dangerous Antifa is, they're taking over our cities, blah blah blah, the transgender menace, Antifa, the gangs, the Somalians, whatever, versus the, and then at the same time there's Venezuela, there's China, there's Iran. Clearly we can't have someone else take charge of the country now. We should just remove term limits or whatever, and then like that at the same time as like the midterms were so corrupt and the Democrats rigged all of these elections, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's how I think it's going to go down with the American elections, and yeah, I don't think I've got more to say about that, to be honest. Let's go look at some of the Liberal Slop articles about ICE. I'm going to take a 2-minute break because I want to get another hot drink. So chat, I recommend that you do as well. Please go and take care of yourselves if you need to. Also, we have had £25 in donations so far on the stream. I would really like to hit 400 today. There it is there. I'd like to hit 400. So we need to try and get like £125 more donations. So if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. That's here in the chat. There you go. Princess Beck Knight says getting a cold drink instead. I'm getting a hot drink and a cold drink. So I'm going to go get a drink. Please donate. Please pay for me to stay alive. I really need money. I don't have a better way of saying that, to be honest. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. So, where are we now? Cool, 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's do some liberal slop. It's time for some slop, everyone. Hello, welcome back. I have a hot drink and a cold drink. Everyone let me know what drinks you've gotten during the break. I know you all were good chatters and took care of yourselves and went and got drinks. Or whatever other needs. Slop maxing, that's right, B-Rat. Okay, we're going to go in first with some shit from The Economist. I would like the stuff we were just talking about before the break about Prince Infidel says, I got water. That's very sensible. I had a glass of water earlier. Now it's Fanta. Princess Beck Knight says, I grabbed a soda. Same, bestie. I'd like us to bear in mind what I'm saying about how in many senses a worse outcome is like stuff getting normalized, stuff becoming institutionalized, the way that Trump acts just how America rolls going forward. And I think like that's very relevant to liberal slop writers because like their job is to advise on the best outcomes for the state and the best options for statecraft and statesmanship. Oh fuck, I haven't done the comments from last time. I'm so scatterbrained. This is awful. Chat, disregard everything I was just saying. We're going to quickly look at the comments from last time because I think there's some really interesting stuff from the VOD viewers, as usual, about Iran and Venezuela. So VOD viewers, tune back in if you completely glazed over when I was doing my astrophotography stuff and all the chat before. We're going to quickly look at some VOD viewer comments that I've favorited for looking at this time. Okay, let's go, 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 go. Okay, there was lesbian Charmander 004, who is this time in the chat with us. Hello. Had a terrible time with my stoner call-out joke. It's very, very funny to me, but I felt awful about it. I had almost fallen asleep when the stoner joke happened, and now I can feel what my skin sees. That really, really tickled me. It's going to be very funny when I calm down, though. And yes, you were the exact person I was saying existed. I know that people get really stoned and watch my videos and my VODs. I probably could have been more careful with it. Jenny Azoff, who's sometimes in chat, I don't know if she's here today, mentioned she has a GoFundMe. So Jenny, if you see this, I've said link it, and I'll link it around in the chat and the VOD description. Anyway, comments that I wanted to discuss. With regards to the Mossad in Iran comments, I've noticed a worrying trend recently in which many leftists seem to be blaming everything on Israel, rather than looking at the broader process of imperialism and capitalism. I see people say every other day that Starmer is purely doing bad shit because of Israel's control over him. I worry people are starting to believe that Israel is responsible for all evils, and I've had very little luck convincing them otherwise. I'm not sure how big this issue is, though, nor how to deal with it. Just telling people to read theory isn't going to work, even though it would make a major impact on that trend if they did. So, like, this is a... Oh, I'm just seeing now on the... Should I move this over here? You can see better? Maybe if I do this like this. And we'll just go half size. Yeah. You'll be able to make the comments that way better now. Yeah, I think this is a trend, and I think that it's worth highlighting this a little bit. Lesbian Charmander 04 says, tail wagging the dog. Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. Like, I'm not particularly like... oh no, the anti-Semitism of blaming everything on Israel. At this point, like, Israel weaponizes anti-Semitism in such a way that seriously hurts Jews everywhere, by themselves conflating all Jews and the state of Israel. So I'm just gonna, like, skirt that all together. We're not talking about that. I think that, like, it's an issue of people being traumatized by seeing a genocide happening, and they hate Israel a ton, and then people take it as like I'm getting distracted by a chat comment. Lesbian Charmander referencing the weed the stoner joke says, it was really funny. I'm schizophrenic too, so it was double the fun. I am so sorry, but also, like, psychosis gang. But like, actually, Lesbian Charmander, you'll probably appreciate this. A guy I used to work with when I was a programmer put something into a program he made once where it so that it would do a, like, text to speech voice, little robot voice, saying something like now get to work or something like that. And I had no idea it was going to do that, and I absolutely fucking jumped out of my skin the first time I was, like, coding and ran his code with my headphones on. I'm gonna sneeze. Am I gonna sneeze? We'll see. And I was just, like, really convinced I was having another episode. Fucking nightmare. Anyway, I am sorry for making you have a have an intense time. Back on the Iran thing, like, Israel is a power in the region. It is very hostile to Iran. It is doing some fucked shit, for sure. The Mossad are doing some things, for sure. But yeah, people keep on evoking Israel, and it's a failure to properly, like, describe the whole of imperialism. But to be fair, imperialism is a hard thing to describe. Like, it's difficult for people to concisely get across the nature of the thing, because even a ton of, like, academics and theorists at the forefront of describing this don't describe it all that accurately, at least in my opinion. Like, calling it American imperialism is a good rhetorical strategy for organizing around like what needs to be done. Like it's about America's power primarily because America has been the sort of focal point of the imperialist project and has been the like bottleneck of imperialist control of because it's the most powerful. So to be clear, it's the most powerful, and in that sense, like it is the American empire. It's not wrong to call it that in that sense, but like it is a conglomerate imperialism, right? Like Europe and Canada and America and Britain and American backed settler colonial projects like Israel, Australia, New Zealand. There's one being included in a set there. I'm just still listing off the other parties and powers. South Korea is like an American-backed project. Like there's a lot in the history of the kind of establishment of South Korea as a separate nation. Very like bizarre and complicated American project. Japan, Europe, America, and Canada to some degree are like the sort of imperialist powers that are themselves like potential capitals of the empire. Like we often think of a city as a capital, but in this case, like a country within this project can be its capital and its like administrative head. And it's possible to understand that this conglomerate imperialist project, which is broadly a project of white supremacy, with the exception of Japan, where it's Japanese supremacy within East Asia, like aligning with the empire that Japan did have up until World War II. Like this is all about in the peace negotiation and reconstruction era after World War II was the proper formation of this project, and all of the former capitals of a bunch of different former empires like figured out a way to be happily subordinate to Washington primarily, but still be dealing with each other on like somewhat equal terms. And I think that when I say the trade agreements Mark Carney evokes, and I'm now realizing maybe we should do a whole stream looking at Mark Carney. The trade agreements that Mark Carney evokes, if those and a strong trade relationship between Canada and the BRICS organization bloc, but especially China, can be established, then Canada can work as the same imperial capital of this project as America has been working, and effectively the project can eject America. And that's Mark Carney's role in this stuff. Like it could well be a continuation of a lot of the same imperialist fucking nightmare. And that potentially comes down quite a lot to what Mark Carney personally believes, and I don't like that because that's far too like great man theory of history for for a Sophie from Mars discussion. But I think that like I think the fact that he was presenting to the WEF like I'm the stable, sensible option, go with Canada and make Canada the center of this financial project, and we'll have strong trade with China. Yeah, I think it's an attempt to have the Anglosphere broadly, but the white supremacist project broadly at the same time. Like this conglomerate imperialism of Europe and Britain and America and Canada, but maybe sans America now. Have a new administrative head and still benefit from Chinese manufacturing and production without China being the one calling the shots as the biggest power. And yeah, that's how I view that a little. Regarding talking about Israel like they're the core of the problem, seeing Israel behind everything. As I said, I'm not going to say that's just anti-Semitism, because it would be somewhat anti-Semitism itself to say that. But it is a failure to properly grasp the nature of the thing that needs to be opposed. And I think, to me, the thing that correctly gets to the core of what is to be done here is this line, and I should look up, maybe it's Fela Kuti, who said it, about like people saying free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Congo, and you need to free Britain, you need to free France, you need to free America, you need to free Canada, you need to free Germany, you need to free Italy, you need to free Spain, you need to free Denmark. Like, these are the things that will free the people you are calling for them to be freed. It was Fela Kuti's kid. That's why I was thinking it was Fela Kuti. Thank you, Joe. Freeing these countries from fascism will free those countries abroad from fascism. And I think that the focus on Israel among these leftists shows a failure to some degree to properly grasp what's needed here, what is to be done. It's a failure to properly grasp it, because we can't, me and the people watching the stream can't defeat Israel and free Palestine. But if we can build to revolution, and it will take a long time and it will be a lot of work, but if we can do it, then we could be in countries that are not only not supporting, because we successfully sabotage supply chains and pressure our governments to withdraw deals or whatever, but is opposing Israel's occupation of Palestine, is opposing the genocide in Gaza, making sure it never, making sure they actually stop killing people, because they're still killing people the whole time. We would be in a country that would be capable of doing steps towards an actual free Palestine. We need to build revolution where we are. We need to simultaneously sabotage the imperialism of the countries that we live within, and also build structures of care, of harm reduction, of community, of democracy is very important. And then we will be in free countries that are free because they are socialist and able to meaningfully oppose this stuff. And I think that this is a bit of an issue of discourse focal point being in the wrong place. Like, people are having this discourse about what's going on in Iran and getting endlessly lost in misinformation of different claims, the regime's claims, the Western media claims, the Zionist claims. When that's the thing you're looking at, your attention is there, and actually the attention needs to be on freeing your own country from fascism. On building towards socialist revolution. So someone else replied here, and their take was it's an issue of predominantly newly radicalized people, and that they've just seen a lot of the genocide. I appreciate that too. Vodrella here, so Vodrella's in chat, but is also Vodrella in chat, fine, meh, bit mid. Vodrella here in the VOD comments, just mwah, 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 holy, sacred. Benighted is the wrong one. Blessed and based VOD viewer, Vodrella. How do we get people to stop caring about spectacle and start caring about the systems that hold them down? Have people's reflex be like, let's analyze and plan around this. Food security and community to fall back on will be the main things, I guess. And I push back against the idea of rugged individualism, which is a big part, but not entirely, of the things stopping people getting into community. We've been told depending on others is bad, because they'll betray us someday, or giving the community means less for you, so we have to stand on our own. But standing on our own means you have no power at the negotiation table. I think this is a good question, And chat, please take note that like good questions themselves are an important part of us getting to where we need to get here. How do we get people to stop caring about spectacle and start caring about the systems that hold them down? Yeah, like that gets to the heart of like so much of what's going on here. We do need an answer to that. Like this is really, really crucial, and I think we can't disengage people completely from spectacle. I think that's like a really important thing to understand here. People do not appreciate the relationship between reality and the spectacle. And what I mean by that is when people feel they're engaging with spectacle, media, fiction, play pretend, fake silly time, be it playing fantasy games, reading a book, watching, fiction, even enjoying your own like personal fantasy spaces. People do not want to look at how the things being valorized in their fiction and fantasy might affect the real world and might reflect them bolstering attitudes in themselves that could impact the real world in some negative way that they don't agree with. At the same time, when people are looking at the spectacle attached to something real, they do not want to acknowledge that it is spectacle. And this is a dialectical failure, right? This is two extremes and neither is true, right? This thing is just fantasy. It has no impact on reality. Not true. This thing is real. It isn't a spectacle. Not true. There is a relationship between them. And it's complicated, and we won't be able to describe all of it, but appreciating that you can never escape either and both have a relationship to each other, that's a really important step, I think, in people being able to move in good ways. Does everyone need to appreciate that? I'm not sure. That's the difficult part of it as well. Like, does everyone need to be able to, like, sorry, I had a notification. Does everyone need to appreciate the relationship between spectacle and reality? I don't think everyone can or should have to, but I think that people who are involved in the business of spectacle, so I'm one, but there are a lot of people doing various different kinds of jobs, need to try their best to understand that relationship properly. And given that all this conversation about spectacle is in the context of Ezra Klein talking about it, Ezra Klein is someone I wish would appreciate better that relationship. I think the thing I just discussed might have been a little bit opaque, so I'll illustrate with examples a little bit. And chat, just let me know if I'm hopefully still making sense here. It's easy enough to understand people defending their fiction and saying, no, there's nothing wrong in that, right? Someone who plays a video game, and they play as the Nazis. Someone loving, I don't know, fucking Nabokov's Lolita or whatever, and denying that there's any influence on their real life. White people wanting to engage in race play and kink, and then being like, don't kink shame, right? To name some like extreme and intense examples. But the other example for people don't want to acknowledge there is a spectacle attached to the real, that's a little more complicated, right? So ICE killed a couple of people. It actually killed a bunch more people, as I was saying earlier, but it killed a couple of white people recently, and people got really mad. And people watching and sharing the video footage of those murders, they are sharing a spectacle that is consumed by viewers, by consumers of the spectacle. And to discuss it as spectacle is distressing to people because it's real, right? It's a real thing, and it's a real tragedy and all of this stuff. But it does have a spectacle attached. And Morgana's here saying Baudrillard moment. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my work for a while has been... There it is. A lot of my work for a while has been very strongly influenced by Baudrillard and Debord. And I really recommend that people read Guy Debord's Society of the Spectacle, because there probably isn't a single text more relevant to our current moment. There is a spectacle attached to things that people feel are intensely real and people feel are very important. And there is a game with legible rules that dictates how spectacles can spread and be uniting and motivating and mobilizing for people. And yeah, I think people who work in the industry of spectacle need to understand those rules and move very carefully and responsibly and in a revolutionary direction. I missed something in the chat I wanted to respond to. Apple Chips the video game, welcome to the chat. It's lovely to see you here. Apple Chips said, loved your video on trans assemblies, Soph. Thank you so much. I really want more people to see it, so I'm going to link it in the chat just now and link it once again below the VOD. Hello again, VOD viewers. Hi. It's done pretty well. It's like the second biggest video I've had since my hiatus. Here it is in chat. And yeah, I think the thing that's just like really important to me is I want people to actually organize and actually do the thing. I've laid out such a detailed plan in there for how to do an assembly because I seriously think that we need assemblies, and it's like a vital thing in this moment towards trans people being free and so many people who are at the most precarious end of our community literally surviving, like literally life or death. Yeah. So again, I want people to watch it. I want people to organize. But just now, I've gotten to the end of the comment stuff I was going to look at, and we can get back on track with this stream is going to be about ice and about different takes on ice. I'm going to start with The Economist. And one last final thing before I do, and I know I'm really edging chat at this point, I also need to just slightly mess with my Streamlabs settings, actually. Is that better? Oh, this is a little bit tricky. One final thing before I do. I am doing work right now, and it's good when I get paid for doing work. I'm trying to hit £400 by the end of the stream as my stream donation goal for today. You can help with that. If you are enjoying the stream at all, if you found yourself going, at any point, you can donate. If I'm trying to get £125 more, there's about 40 people watching right now. So if everyone donated a bit less than £4, but a bit more than £3 just now, then I would easily get the goal that I'm aiming for, and we will add an extra stream on next month to be a games stream. I need money. I'm financially not in a good place, and like need my income broadly to go up to be living a better life. Yeah, please do donate. A little, any amount of donation is welcomed and is appreciated. It does matter to me. Like people talk in cynical ways about money and talk like people caring about money is a cynical thing, but it's food. It's food and it's bills and it's stuff. And like I am only trying to have enough to make ends meet. Like I'm setting goals primarily based on like what my like overall expenses are. I'm not trying to start my own streaming service or something. Zyros, thank you so much for tipping £10. As always, thanks for the stream. Here's £3.10 to help keep the lights on, and £6.90 towards Meow Meow's cat girl buff day vacation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Zyros. Very good. Yes, okay, like I said, everyone please donate. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If you're a Patreon, if you're a VOD viewer, long-term watcher, and you like watching these VODs, please join the Patreon. I'd really appreciate it. Mule! Thank you so much, Mule. I didn't know you were watching, for tipping £10 and saying, I'm doing my part. Salute. Excellent chat message as well. Now, there's only like £105 to go. So out of the 40 people watching, it's now down to like about £2.50, right? It's great. Everyone, if you donate just a little bit, we could hit the goal very quickly. Right, let's go to how Congress can rein in ICE and start to redeem itself. Bearing in mind what I was just saying about the possibility of a very scary outcome for America, where the way that the Trump regime operates is normalized as how America operates, and a new kind of realism in American politics, like this is how it just has to be. I don't think this is particularly likely. I think the way the Trump regime is operating is currently collapsing and it can't sustain itself as it's going. I think these fascists are bound to lose, but I think it's a very serious thing that we should think about, that when the Economist is telling Congress, you could do the right thing here and gain control over stuff, it points towards the grimmest possible outcome. And is this Klobuchar? No, this is meant to be Senator Susan Collins of Maine. All right. Senator Susan Collins of Maine has a historic chance to lead. To lead. See, there's a lead there attached to ICE. That's cool, isn't it? Apple Chips the video game, thank you so much for tipping £4.54 and saying helpening. It's very good. How conscientious a public servant is Senator Susan Collins? She is the first senator in history to cast more than 9,800 votes without ever missing a roll call. How skilled a politician is she? She is the first senator from Maine to be popularly elected to 5 consecutive terms, the only Republican senator to represent a state that Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential candidate, won in 2024. How powerful is she? Is she the chair of the almighty Senate Appropriations Committee with she is. I don't know, I'm reading that as a second question. Mule says Susan's got the club-mentum. She's got the club-risma. How powerful is she? She's chair of the almighty Senate Appropriations Committee with control of all discretionary spending by the government. And how courageous is Susan Collins? Politicos have been wondering that for many years, as America may be about to learn. Fate and her decades of astute politicking are conspiring to present her with a rare opportunity of national leadership at a moment of extraordinary tension in American life. Is she like separately in the news, or is The Economist just doing a like Susan Collins could do the funniest thing right now post? Like, that's what this is reading like so far. Anyway. Tension in American life. A chance to ease the tension, affirm Congress's role as a check on the executive branch, and defend Americans' civil liberties. As Senate Democrats threaten to shut the government down rather than finance Donald Trump's approach to mass deportation, she has the authority to broker a compromise to place common sense limits on the tactics used by agents of the Border Patrol and ICE. They'd kill her, right? Would they not just like... I'm sorry, but like Trump is in charge of a fascist cult, and when Mike Pence was fulfilling a completely ceremonial role in the handover to Joe Biden, they were looking for him. Like they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Like, I don't know. I'm not like I. We'll read on. We'll read on before we discuss too much. Okay. She also has the credibility to do so. We're libbing out. We're libbing out, everyone. She also has the credibility to do so. Miss Collins has regularly ranked first among senators in the annual Bipartisan Index kept by the Lugar Center, a non-profit, and Georgetown University's public policy school. And she even has a good parochial reason to act. Her home state is the latest to be targeted by ICE. Though like Minnesota, it is not exactly swarming with undocumented immigrants. About 10,000 are estimated to live there, or roughly 0.7% of the population. Already, there are reports of abuses, including detentions of people in the country illegally. So she is... Has it said what state she's from yet? Have I missed this, chat? Let's just check. It's just Susan Collins. Oh, that misspelled that really badly. She is the senator of Maine. They did say that. It just washed over me. Maine, to me, is like... I don't know why, but is like an especially forgettable state. Whenever I've done the Sporkle for US states, it's like one of my like biggest weaknesses every time. It's very strange. Anyway, so far, as is her way, Miss Collins is proceeding cautiously. After a second American citizen was shot dead by immigration agents while protesting in Minneapolis on January 24th, she called for an independent investigation. She has said she is exploring all options on funding the government. Maine has a history of sending independent-minded politicians to Washington. Miss Collins' fellow senator, Angus King, is an independent, albeit one who caucuses with the Democrats. But a particular historical legacy haunts this political moment. Margaret Chase Smith was a freshman Republican senator from Maine in 1950 when she rose to defend Americans' free speech rights against the red-baiting of Senator Joseph McCarthy. Dog, you are the economist. You are the economist. You're... Oh no, Joseph McCarthy, he's so... What the fuck are you on about? As an American, I condemn a Republican fascist just as much as I condemn a Democrat communist, she said. Never mind. It's actually all clear. All lights have changed to green. They've nailed it. They've written the absolute perfect The Economist way to approach this. She said in a floor speech that went down in history as her declaration of conscience. It was the brave beginning of McCarthy's eventual end. Miss Collins has cited Smith as a role model, but is also said by those who know her to grind her teeth at the suggestion, over the years, that she needed to rise to a Margaret Chase Smith moment. Yes, Diva, Margaret Chase Smith moment. As if she has never done so. She has broken with her party on important votes. She opposed the impeachment of Bill Clinton and supported and supported Barack Obama's stimulus. She provided a crucial vote to save Obamacare when Mr. Trump wanted to repeal it. She voted to acquit Mr. Trump in his first impeachment trial, but to convict him in his second. Yet over the long haul, among insiders on Capitol Hill, she gained a reputation for choosing to demonstrate independence when Republicans had a solid majority, while supplying a reliable vote when the margin was narrow. For many of her left-of-center constituents, Miss Collins, who is pro-choice, I assume we're going into something that is to do with that. That's why I was laughing. It was just like, it seemed like a bizarre non sequitur. Revealed herself as a conventional partisan by voting in 2018 to confirm Brett Kavanaugh, which I guess led to Roe v. Wade, to the Supreme Court, saying she believed he would not vote to curtail abortion rights. So she's an idiot? Is that what we're... whatever. He did. The day she voted for Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court was the day I lost hope for Susan Collins, says Safia Khalid of Lewiston, Maine. As she tries to help residents cope with the ICE crackdown, Miss Khalid, who runs a non-profit called the Community Organizing Alliance, Red Planet should reach out to them, has no expectation Miss Collins will do more than talk. Right now, we don't want lip service, she says. We want action. Ice and the fire next time. Miss Khalid may be right not to expect much. Mr. Trump's climb down on Minneapolis might reassure Miss Collins and other anxious Republican legislators that the crisis is over. It isn't. With his metastasizing deployment of immigration agents, Mr. Trump has set precedents for vast new powers of a national police force answerable to the White House alone. Precedents that he or a future president could invoke again. Without undermining immigration law, Ms. Collins could lead congressional negotiators to set boundaries, to ensure federal agents who harm people will be subject to credible independent investigations, to forbid agents who wear masks except under limited circumstances, to forbid them to break down doors without judicial warrants, to forbid them, at least until the Supreme Court weighs in, to engage in Kavanaugh stops, the un-American practice named after a concurrence by Justice Kavanaugh of demanding proof of citizenship from people on the street based on their perceived ethnicity. So, sorry. Forbid them until the Supreme Court weighs in to engage in a thing named after one of the justices on the Supreme Court. Chat, am I having a stroke? Like, what is... Stop them unless the Supreme Court's fine with it, with a thing named after a guy from the Supreme Court. That's so dumb. Miss Collins is running for a 6th term this fall, and with the primary filing deadline in March, she may fear drawing a Republican challenger. But Mr. Trump has already said Miss Collins, along with 4 other Republican senators who voted to curtail his war powers after the Venezuela raid, should never be elected to office again. As the most vulnerable Senate Republican, her best chance might be to reclaim the center on matters of foundational national principle. It's more surely, at 73, her best chance to set an example America needs now and will honor in years to come. Guys, I'm catching, like, West Wing scabies off this. This is such a fucking nightmare. This is peak libbing out. Like, this is absolutely a new frontier of libbing out to, like, write in the paper this specific lady who doesn't have, like, an amazing record for a politician, but sometimes has voted against the party, has a chance to do something quite fucking intense, actually, and massively put her job and possibly her life on the line because she believes in dignity and decorum. Like, come on. Come on. Weirdo of Oz says lib slop achieved. Yeah, honestly, this might go for me in the Economist Hall of Fame. Like, this is making me lib out. I'm just like, right now, I'm ready to start brewing my own IPA. I'm reading the Financial Times. I'm cutting out pictures of Mark Carney and I'm putting them in my journal. I'm libbing the fuck out. It's happening. It's just happening, you know? Okay, let's have the serious discussion of this article that we just read. And first, let me remind everyone, trying to hit 400 in the dono goal today. That's £100 right now. So if everyone watching, there's 40 people, donated just £2.50, we would hit that right away. The command is tip. You can also subscribe or cheer or go to my Patreon if you want to support me monthly. Princess Beck Knight 666 saying, "You're not having a stroke. Liberalism is just a deeply silly ideology." It is, like, really fascinating. Especially in a let's go full screen. Especially in The Economist, where they anonymize the articles and they don't tell you who wrote them. Like, they take all the authors' names off. Again, and I've said this before, like the IDF facing away in portraits. Anonymous, thank you so like right there. Anonymous, thank you for donating £3. The Economist take their authors' names off their articles, and for an anonymous author to like write fanfic about like Susan Collins comes into Senate on Monday, and she, because she's my hero, or should I say, my shero, she says, "Mr. Trump, I've had enough." Just a nightmare, just an absolute nightmare of a post. I'm gonna like make a note of this one somewhere, because actually this is like, I think this one in particular, as I said, just like, I mean, yeah, Widow of Oz spot on, Lib Slop achieved, but yeah, just to me, this is like this is an Economist Hall of Fame right here. Like, this is just really special stuff. Right, okay. Support the stream. I've done that. I've taken a note of the thing. What's the purpose of that article? Chat, what's going on there? And what relationship does this liberal slop specifically have to the moment we are in? I have my take, but I'm giving chat a minute to talk it out, because we're here to discuss. Million Peaches, thank you so much for donating £5 and saying, let me just highlight so I go through this correctly at the right time, the right pace. Wow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the donation. We are now at £307.90. That means it's... I hate doing arithmetic on stream. That means it is £92.10 divided by 40 viewers. It's still about £2.50. People, please give me £2.50 each. We'd get right there immediately. Vodrella says, "Sorry, I can't get over how pathetic it is." It is. It's something. It's something else with this one. Apple Chips, the video game, feels like the intent is to attempt to placate the liberals who are actually angry right now and draw them back into electoralism. I like this take a lot, because it would also explain, it's also like helpful towards explaining why it's such an uncharacteristic style for The Economist. Like, writing this fanfic is trying to like grab the imaginations of people who are currently like, I'm buying a gun. So they go, maybe the good lady with the principles will vote. I remember now, I'm supposed to vote. Like, this is when you've reached 100% libbing out, right? You just become like an automaton, and you're just like, I must vote. You see any problem at all, literally, like your mom is being just like mugged by like 20 people, half of them are police officers, half of them are illegal immigrants. It's the perfect centrist fantasy. You see any problem in the world, right? Like, there's a fire, your boss is exploiting you, you're just like, I must vote. And that's the only solution you can ever think of, right? That's 100% libbed out, just all the way there. And this is The Economist writing a little like activation phrase to make people fucking their severed chip go off, and they become their like serf self, and they're just like, I must vote. This is absolutely, yeah, like I like this take on it. There are some liberals who are currently angry right now, and this will just turn them back up to 100% libbed out. Just libbed out of reality. Libbed the fuck off. Hummus rules okay. I gotta say once again, excellent username, just no notes. Maybe people talking about a general strike got them into panic mode level of liberalism. Yeah, I like that take. General strike, that's something that The Economist, like, they are shitting their pants. They are shitting, pissing, crying, coming, bleeding, sneezing, sweating. There's earwax. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with more bodily functions. They're having a bad night's sleep. Because, yeah, like, once there are general strikes, you know, that's just rolling up towards the big one. That's just, you'd get it going in more cities, you get it going in states, you get it going in more states. The big one, you know. Okay, so let's remember back to earlier in the stream, to what I was talking about a worse outcome, a scarier outcome for America and for the world, is one where, like, it smoothly pulls off the transition republic into empire like Rome. It becomes this different, horrifying thing that is capable of getting more territory and more power in the world by brute force. And that's one where a lot of the shit under Trump that has been, you know, is being identified as not normal is normalized successfully, and people are like, this is the kind of leadership we need to progress forward. And that's what is immediately troubling about someone whose position, like economist writers, is to advise the ruling class what's the best way, you know, the specific, not just the ruling class, specifically politicians, specifically the people doing statecraft, specifically the people legislating. What's the best way for you to maintain power and stability and peace right now? Lenin said, sorry, I just had a little bell going off when I said Lenin, for Sophie's doing Lenin again. Lenin defined the state's role as the mediation of class tensions in favor of the ruling class. And so if you are trying to give advice to politicians based on that framework, like based on thinking that is a good thing to be doing, right? Like, you observe that their power is a power over, not a power with, and you want to advise them on how to keep it up. You are going to advise them in ways that take the most brutal and power-grabbing technologies and methods and opportunities at their disposal and normalize them and make people get used to them. So this is basically, I think, a through line we're going to see in every piece today. Actually, to be fair, I haven't seen Ezra Klein's podcast yet, so we'll see. But it's a through line in all the pieces I've read that we're going to look at today. The step too far. Where people are defining, like, what people are responding to, and here by people I mean op-ed writers, are responding to the outrage, the public dissatisfaction, the brink of just like the rioting that is already there, but the brink of like rioting across America, general strikes across America, socialism, revolution, right? They're responding to it with, we agree that this is too far. The step too far was this point here. And where you set that point, right? That's very interesting. Because you would think that for a liberal writer, it would be absolutely no further than like the safe reset point, like you're turning the country off and on again. The safe reset point would be 2015. And that should be clear to liberals, right? That should be the liberal easy position, right? Just like all the Trump stuff, that was all the stuff that's not normal and not okay and too far. Well, okay. Without undermining immigration law, immediately we've ruled out a lot, right? We've immediately ruled out just a lot in terms of what Susan Collins in their fantasy here could do. Without undermining immigration law, Miss Collins could lead congressional negotiators to set boundaries. Ensure federal agents who harm people will be subject to credible independent investigations. Right. So how will that work? Right? That's like the state of ICE's horrifying treatment of people right now, right? The sexually violent things that they are doing to people in their custody, not just like the sexual violence towards women, but they are doing specific and very nasty things to men in some of their detention centers. The disappearing of queer and trans people in ICE custody, the screaming of children that people are hearing from outside of these detention centers, and the things that are causing it, like the unsanitary conditions, all of this shit. That as the current state. That's the what is. And then what we're talking about here is introducing a check and balance, right? We love checks and balances. So we introduce checks and balances that says there will be credible, independent investigations, and then there'll be a process of those investigations happening, and then the country finding out this stuff is too much, and then a careful negotiating of where the step too far is, right? And then an assurance that we're definitely dealing with it. And all of this stuff I've just described, we're suddenly about 5 to 10 years in the future from now. All of this will take an incredible amount of time and money. And I'm not just trying to be like, oh no, tax dollars. My point here is that this will take an incredible amount of time before anything is immediately changed here. This is not liberating the fucking camps. This is not getting the people right now who are being harmed out of harm's reach. And again, I repeat something I've been more and more compelled to say recently. The two lessons the left needs to learn about violence is that preventative violence is moral. And if you can stop someone being harmed, that is a moral action. And that punitive violence is not moral and is engaging in, at best, a debt negotiation with some kind of cosmic justice, and at worst, giving fascist technologies to the population to divide and cannibalize itself. Punitive logics will always be used disproportionately against the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, and have the biggest effect on them. And again, in the best case, is engaging in some kind of debt negotiation. This thing is owed an eye for an eye. When we talk about, for example, and I've talked about this on stream before, if Bibi were tried at The Hague and were found guilty of crimes against humanity and hanged, his life would be on a scale against 680,000 Palestinians. I do not think Bibi is worth 680,000 Palestinians. But that is the statement that would be being made without other efforts to free Palestine. The moral action here is for the detention centers to be shut down, for ICE agents to be stopped, and for the people in those centers to be free. To ensure federal agents who harm people will be subject to credible independent investigations, that's not it. Forbid agents to wear masks except under limited circumstances. What are the limited circumstances? Immediately you're walking it back. Like up to here, and then you're walking it back immediately. You've identified the thing that's unusual, and then you're like, yeah, but it could still happen. To forbid them to break down doors without judicial warrants. A judge has already ruled that they can. It's already a legal precedent they are operating on, that they are doing like raids that like a couple of they are doing things that a couple of months ago even were considered like unthinkably, abnormal and unacceptable. To forbid them at least, and we already looked at this, to forbid them at least until the Supreme Court weighs in to engage in Kavanaugh stops. The un-American... I need a screen on my Streamlabs that just has the citation needed Wikipedia thing. The un-American practice, named after a concurrence by Justice Kavanaugh, of demanding proof of citizenship from people on the street based on their perceived ethnicity. So, The Economist here saying, doing Kavanaugh stops, that's too far, unless the Supreme Court's fine with it. Breaking down doors, that's too far, unless there's a judicial warrant. Wearing masks, that's too far, unless there are special circumstances. Where the step too far goes for The Economist is where consent has not been manufactured in the population. The step too far for The Economist here is not a step too far, it is a reckless and rushed step. So when I'm describing an America that successfully negotiates itself into being a fascist empire that rules and seizes and exploits by force, The Economist wants them to carefully legislate that. The Economist wants them to do that with everyone's tacit agreement. Skinny Pig Games, thank you for chatting. Welcome to the chat. Coming out of my lurk briefly to openly clap at the comic negotiation comment. Extremely well put. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And it reminds me of stuff I wanted to say about the stuff we're talking about, so thank you for bringing it up. Not Dan. Greg Bovino getting fired. If people don't know this, let's look at Greg Bovino. That'll help. That'll help no one. No one will feel better afterwards, but let's just get on the same page. Here we go. Greg Bovino, a Nazi. just immediately, straightforwardly, look, that's a Nazi. Commander on the ground, I think he was being called. Greg Bovino, the guy who's basically top ICE agent, right? In Minneapolis, in Minnesota, sure. Was walking around in a custom-made fucking Nazi cosplay, right? Like he had this, right? That you see that has to be custom made. Like that's a thing he's had made specifically to look like a Nazi commandant leading the Nazis. But also just like look at how he wears his uniform in general. He's a Nazi, right? This is straightforward enough. Bovino is being fired as ICE, like as top cop ICE agent. The next article we're going to read is about internal battles inside the DHS, so we'll get some more on that. But regarding the like punitive justice and karmic negotiation, right? Greg Bovino removed from the head of a Nazi organization that is commanded by a Nazi department of government that is commanded by a Nazi president, pointing at the guy there who's the problem and going, yeah, okay, we're very sorry, we're going to fire him. Like, come on. This is what I mean about punitive logics. In the best case, you're saying, we're sorry and we offer you Greg Bovino is fired. And that'll set things right. Famished Jet says, hooray, fascism defeated. Yes, exactly. Okay, we have 43 viewers now. We have 43 is nearly 45. There's about 90 quid to go to the 400 that I want to hit today. So that's £2 each. Let's say it's about £2. If everyone were to donate £2, we would hit the goal pretty quick. You can subscribe or cheer, but you can donate directly using command tip, and I want to hit 400 if we possibly can today. So I'm going to put the command tip in chat, and I'm going to say once more, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing work right now, and it's nice when I get paid for doing work, because I need to eat and afford to pay bills, and I have just a bunch of staying alive and being happy expenses, and it's always weird trying to justify this stuff, because like I there are like immediate needs that I want to be able to meet properly from stream donors, but there's also like nice stuff. Maybe this will be more apparent when I have my Throne account up, but like, please donate, I need money. Yes, again, we have enough viewers right now that if everyone donated just a small amount, we would hit that goal very easily. Okay, any more comments on the Susan Collins fanfic article before we move on? I think this is an important concept for looking at the rest of this stuff today. The step too far and where it goes. Let's close that one off. And battles inside the DHS from the Atlantic will be the next one. I can see that Mule has sent me something has replied with something on Discord to do with the Epstein files, and I'm not reading it right now because I think it's going to be something intense, and I need to stay on track for the stream because I've got lots of stuff to get through. Oh, thank you so much, Famished Jet, for tipping £3. I really appreciate that. Okay. Row the Fair Thing Lion saying, I made in real life when I saw Greg Bovino's coat. Unreal. Yeah, it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Weirdo of Oz saying, the idea that American means moral and un-American means unacceptable is so extremely pervasive in Yank culture, it's actually so upsetting. Yes, this is like top tier libbing out. Okay. Oh, I also want to remind everyone the reward that I'm now doing as of today for hitting the stream goal of the day, which is going to be £150 per stream, is that we add on an extra stream next month. So there'll be more streams, and it'll be a game stream. And chat also gets to decide what the game is going to be. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Rusty Shovel 99, great name, has tipped £14.62. That's really cool. We are now at only £75 to go. Let's begin this Atlantic article. Catgirl Steph says, if a Rammstein music video had a Nazi guy character, he'd look less Nazi than Bovino. Quite possibly. Because Rammstein are actually like very like fantastical in their like character design and set dressing and stuff, and he's just a real Nazi. He's just a real guy. All right. Battles are raging inside the Department of Homeland Security. Officials overseeing Trump's mass deportation campaign are fighting one another for power. So this is going to be a little bit more on the punitive, like getting rid of the bad guy, getting rid of the bad apple, right? Just a few bad apples, kind of negotiation that is going on at the moment to pass the buck for what's happening with ICE and pacify people's anger at it. I think that's what we're going to be going in for just now. Yeah, let's begin. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem appeared before a bank of television cameras in Washington, D.C. on Saturday night to blame the man who had been shot to death by federal agents in Minneapolis that morning for his own death, claiming without evidence that he intended to, quote, kill law enforcement and had been, quote, brandishing a weapon. Behind her stood the Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, sending a silent message of unity. Rodney Scott. But behind the scenes, the senior ranks of the Department of Homeland Security were divided. Until minutes before they walked in front of the cameras. Ro, thank you so much for tipping £2 and saying, thank you for acting out my cowmoji. That's okay. I was just very struck by the at. I thought that was a very good face. I've lost my place. No, I'm okay. Until minutes before they walked out in front of the cameras, Noam and Scott had not spoken to each other that day, even as Noam took charge of her department's response to the shooting and coordinated with the White House and other officials in Scott's agency. Two people familiar with their interactions told us. Donald Trump has said over the years that he welcomes and even encourages rivalries in his administration and delights in watching aides compete to please him. But for the past year, the president has allowed a rift to widen within the team tasked with delivering the mass deportation plan that is his most important domestic policy initiative. That has led to months of acrimony and left many veteran officials at DHS, including those who support the president's deportation goals, astonished at the dysfunction. The president's crackdown has adopted an improvisational approach, not an institutional one, with blurred leadership roles and no clear chain of command. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller has been holding daily conference calls, pressuring DHS and other federal agencies to prioritize immigration arrests and deportations above all other objectives. Noam and her de facto Chief of Staff, Corey Lewandowski, how did I miss that one? All right. Who has been working at DHS as a special government employee. Okay. That's how I missed it. Okay, sure. DJ Mule says, if you haven't, you should watch Tom Homan's speech in Minneapolis. It's incredibly hard to believe it's real. Link it, and I will pull it up after this. Corey Lewandowski and Noam have aggressively tried to meet Miller's demands and use the government's advertising budgets and social media accounts to promote anti-immigrant messaging. They have worked around Tom Homan, the White House border czar, who has had little role in operations, instead dispatching a second-tier Border Patrol official named Gregory Bavino to sweep through cities led by Democrats. Cities led by Democrats. Bavino told his superiors that he reported directly to Noam, not to Scott, who wanted his agents to go back to protecting U.S. borders and has struggled to maintain control of his own agency. This story about the infighting around Trump is based on interviews with 12 people familiar with the tensions inside DHS, including senior administration officials, most of whom requested anonymity to speak frankly about internal events. The president's entire immigration enforcement team are on the same page, the White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson wrote to us in response. Scott and Homan declined to comment. Tricia McLaughlin, a spokesperson for DHS, told us that Noam's Saturday comments on the shooting were based on CBP reports from a very chaotic scene. McLaughlin added, quote, "We are not going to spend time giving any oxygen to these anonymous accounts." When Noam and Scott stepped before the cameras on Saturday, Noam appeared to have the upper hand, but the balance of power has since shifted. Frustrated by the bipartisan backlash to Alex Pretty's death, Trump announced on Monday that Homan would take over the operation in Minnesota. Bavino has been stripped of his commander role and sent back to his old job on the border in El Centro, California. Seemingly well aware of the divides around him, Trump announced that he was removing Noam from the chain of command in Minnesota. "Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me," Trump said. When Homan spoke to reporters today, with Scott standing behind him, he tried striking a conciliatory tone. In fact, that's this here that Mule has just linked. So we'll cue that up. Oh, why are you loading? There it is. Half an hour. Okay. We're probably not going to watch all of that because I've still got a bunch of stuff we have to get through that I've got planned out. When Homan spoke to reporters today with Scott standing behind him, he tried striking a conciliatory tone that he'd arrived to make changes in federal operations. "I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines," he said. Homan urged Minnesota leaders to give ICE more access to detainees in local jails and said he'd withdraw federal forces if cooperation improves. Okay. Okay. Homan and Scott arrived in the state Monday with orders to de-escalate. Mule says it's a lot of it is press questions. So I should prioritize watching the speech, is what you're saying? Where were we? Trump has flooded with 3,000 federal agents, the largest Homeland Security deployment in history. That same day, Noam and Lewandowski went to the White House for a 2-hour meeting with the president and some of his top aides, but not with Miller. The following day, Trump said that he had come to share the concerns of Scott and Homan, saying it was normal for him to shake up teams. That's just like... he thinks he's still on The Apprentice. Speech itself is only 10 minutes. Okay, that's really good news. Thank you, Mule. Everyone, by the way, I should put in a shout-out command on my thing, because Mule has it and it's great. But, like, shout out to Mule. If you're not already following DJ Mule, you should click through. If you don't already know, he is my co-host on Red Planet, which is a show that airs weekly on Sundays and goes up as a podcast and a VOD, where we discuss the revolution and how we're going to do it. How people need to get together and organize. And sometimes we interview activists and organizers about what they do and how you can do it as well. But he's also a great streamer who's very entertaining and fun to watch, and you should go and follow him. He streams most days of the week. In fact, every weekday that I don't, so you should follow Mule. You know, Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of guy, Trump told Fox News, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But the battle inside the agency continued. Scott sent an email to senior officials at CBP on Monday reminding them that he was in charge of the agency and that they report to him, according to two people familiar with the document. Yesterday, the DHS General Counsel James Percival notified CBP employees to disregard the email because it had not gone through legal review, the people told us. The split between the two factions is not ideological. Homan and Scott are no less hardline on border and immigration enforcement than Noam and Lewandowski are. Okay, well, this is like an interesting statement to be making, right? Because Bovino is a Nazi, and Noam is a Nazi, so you know. Homan, who was an architect of the family separation policy during Trump's first term... Oh, okay, he's a Nazi, okay. Wants to ramp up deportations with more ICE officers, detention capacity, and deportation flights, but without the social media trolling and the show-me-your-papers approach to fishing for deportees in American cities. Both men worked their way up through the ranks of their agencies. They represent an institutional wing of MAGA that wants to pursue the president's deportation goals using existing chain-of-command structures and the conventional division of labor in which the Border Patrol guards the border and ICE handles immigration arrests in U.S. cities, usually aiming to minimize disruption. They also have the backing of many career officials at DHS who told us they see Noam's approach as ad hoc, performative, and possibly motivated by her own political ambitions. Yes, it should be... Sorry, this is just as an aside that I hope won't go on too long. If you watch Hegseth, if you watch Stephen Miller, if you watch Kristi Noem, all these people are doing their own Trump impression, trying to please Trump and be like the most appealing to Trump so that he will reward them and also the Trump base will like them more. They all want to walk as closely as possible in his shadow, and yeah, it's very obvious that the stuff they're talking about with the social media trolling or whatever, like all of it. From this angle, I feel like my titty's gonna fall out. I keep on worrying about it. Mule saying Hegseth's the worst. Yeah, Hegseth's one is like one of the most obvious. Like they've all taken up the hand gestures, right? There's the pointing to the big guy. There's the accordion. There's the hankies out the nose. Like, they've taken up all of the Trump gestures. But Hegseth's one is like, it's got its own style to it, but it's very Trump, and it's very intensely Trump. And yeah, it's very obvious when he does it, I think. He's the one that, he was the one who, like, I properly keyed into it when I was watching his speech last year on September 30th to the generals. You know, the no fats, no femmes speech. But But yeah, once I realized that, I was just looking at all the Trump cabinet, and everyone at every level of this is just like, yeah, they're all just doing a Trump impression to try to both be, win the approval of both Trump and his supporters the most. Yeah. Anyway, while I have the full screen up, everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. And I promise there is a way where I shut up about this and I stop doing this same very repetitive plug. And it's when I have enough money to be able to pay my rent and bills and get food. And that will be complicated when I do the birthday fundraiser, but that also has a finite limit on it. So like, I'm not trying towards infinite growth here. I'm just some lady trying to pay my bills. There are about 40 people watching at the moment. There's £75 to go. So now it's like, I hate doing this. I hate doing arithmetic on stream. Now it's like £1.80-ish. If everyone watching right now gave £1.80, we would hit it right away. So even small donations really count. Please help me out if you can. If you're a VOD viewer, hello VOD viewers, it's lovely to talk to you again. I hope you're having a lovely time doing whatever you're doing. If you're doing some art, if you're tidying up, if you're cooking and have me on in the background while you're doing that, if you're if you're very, very stoned and this time I'm being nice and will not do a scary bit, hi, I hope you're having a great time. If you regularly watch these VODs, this is stuff that I work on. This is work I'm doing and giving to you for free. And if you would like to support me regularly, if you regularly watch the VODs, Patreon is the place to do it. If you'd like to help me just have more money right now, there's also a link below that you can use to donate directly. Chat, the command is tip. It's !tip. Okay, let's go back to the article. Here we go. Her own career aspirations, was it? Performative, blah, blah, blah. Her own political ambitions, yes. With Lewandowski pulling the strings. Yes. Yes. That's why we did the diversion. I remember it all. At DHS headquarters in Southeast Washington, staffers address Lewandowski as Chief, even though he doesn't have an actual title there, 3 current officials told us. Allies of Nome, meanwhile, have decided that Homan and Scott are bureaucratic dinosaurs who are unable to achieve the president's objectives. They have tried to satisfy the demands of Miller, who runs immigration policy inside Trump's orbit and functions as the actual czar of the president's deportation campaign. Miller has set aggressive benchmarks for using the $170 billion in ICE and CBP funding included in Trump's budget bill last year, telling ICE officials to make 3,000 immigration arrests a day to hit the White House target of 1 million deportations a year. Nome put CBP officials in charge of ICE officers and diverted highly trained investigative agents from trafficking cases and drug cartels to make immigration arrests on city streets. The killings of Preti and Renee Good this month have been the 2 most politically damaging events in a wider, militarized show of force that has turned Trump's best polling issue into a political liability. Nome has spent more than $200 million on advertising to promote the deportation campaign, but it has instead been defined largely by images of excess, toddlers being taken into custody, US citizens being yanked from their cars, Bavino's masked commandos storming a Chicago apartment building after rappelling from a Black Hawk helicopter. Memes don't win the media narrative, professionalism does, a veteran official critical of Nome and her team told us. Another former DHS official told us that Trump's mass deportation goals have been held back in the process. Look at the whole thing playing out in Minnesota, the former official said. A lot of the controversy and negative optics could have been avoided, and are avoided in other locations, if not for Corey and the secretary. Allies of Homan and Scott believe that a reckoning may be coming. Lewandowski messed up by going to war with Rodney Scott and deploying Bavino to the interior, one senior DHS official told us. There is no one at DHS with higher credentials than Scott, and sidelining him for petty reasons distracts from POTUS missions. Critics of Scott who spoke with us argue that he lacks the focus and drive to achieve the president's priorities, spending too much time in meetings that don't end in decisions and failing to do enough to drive the president's top priority of finishing the border wall. They say that he had little involvement in the CBP deployment to Minnesota and other cities and did not visit the state to meet with commanders on the ground until this week. He is not a team player, one Homeland Security official told us of Scott. I really think Rodney is kind of on an island. During the meeting with Trump on Monday, Noem spoke at length about her concerns with the slow pace of border wall construction, according to a person briefed on the conversation. Since we're a little bit pressed for time and this one's kind of long, I might skip past and watch the Tom Homan speech at this point. But chat, I want to share with you like how I feel, my thoughts on this, right? Like this too is about the same through line that I've been talking about legislating, doing the fascism correctly and legally and in a way that doesn't upset people too much, and ICE having its leadership shaken up after they killed a couple of white people and those cases became really high profile, and specifically them taking out the trolliest, trolliest, groiperist, Naziest, most obvious fash, and replacing them with efficient professionals who will do the job well is pretty much exactly what I'm talking about, right? Skinny Pig Games, thank you so much for cheering 1,000 bits and saying, thanks for being my background noise on a cozy gray California afternoon. Oh, I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing okay in the States there. That's it's a scary time. And thank you for the bits. Okay, I would like to watch the Homan thing, and then I want to go on to this podcast episode for the rest of the time that we've got. Any last thoughts from chat about this discussion of the inside of the DHS? Another thought I wanted to say was I think this largely reflects the sides of MAGA that exist anyway, right? Stephen Miller has remained in charge of this whole project either way. He is basically Trump's number 2. Okay. He has remained in charge of this, and I think he has an appreciation for the sides of MAGA being institutional Republican conservatives who are aware of and respectful of the pre-existing structures of American fascism, and 4chan Nazis. And the 4chan Nazis also includes grifters and Mule keeps calling it the podcaster administration, right? It's the 4chan Nazi side of MAGA is the podcaster administration side. It's the QAnon side. It was the Marjorie Taylor Greene side until she quit. Everyone who is brand new to this and talking complete fucking gibberish and is there just to make the libs triggered, that whole side of it is quite opposed to the side of it that's institutional, pre-existing, established power in the Republican Party that enforces American fascism as it has already been existing for a long time. Nixon's fascism, right? With Reagan's return to tradition, to Christian values, shite. Anyway, I think that's the main thing that's coming up for me, is that this split inside of DHS is just the same as the split inside of MAGA generally. Okay, let's watch Tom Homan, and then it's podcast time. I've been told this is 10 minutes. I just need to... Oh. Do I have sound? Yes, we have sound. Let's go over here. Okay. Is my mouse visible? No, apparently not. Okay. I've been told this is surreal.
Too early, isn't it?
Okay, supply teacher energy immediately.
Look, I've been given talking points, and I don't like reading speeches, never have. But my chief of staff did put some stuff down here in writing just to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm going to be reading a little bit, then we're going to open up for questions. I've been on the ground less than 3 full days. I got in here Monday. President of the United States called me Monday morning and asked me to deploy here. Got here Monday evening, and I'm staying till the problem's gone. But we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 days. Marcos Charles, he's running ICE operations here.
I'm sticking with supply teacher energy. I think this is like
Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, standing here beside me. Good morning, I'm Tom Homan, the Border Czar for President Trump. I'm here on behalf of the President, along with U.S. Commissioners.
Are his glasses even sitting on his ears?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, and Marcos Charles, who's leading the enforcement effort here right now. I've been on the ground since Monday to regain law and order in the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the community.
In the city below me.
During the past administration.
Let's hear that again. That was funny.
In the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the
In the city, blah me. All right.
community. During the past administration, we all remember, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered this nation. Many were national security threats, public safety threats. We can't remember over 2 million known gotaways. 2 million people who paid more to get away. Why? That should scare the hell out of everybody. President Trump promised American people, including the residents of Minnesota, that he would
Mule says he just loves marbles in his mouth. It's a comfort thing. It's hard to gargle Noddle's house with all these marbles in my mouth. Where is it? I got it spot on. Hang on. It's hard to boggle Noddle's house. I love the bendy guitar so much. It's one of my favorite gags in any musical comedy, I think, now. That's Tom Homan literally right now.
work to ensure our communities are safe. And with that, this administration has absolutely focused on identifying removal aliens that pose a public safety threat and national security threats. And the numbers prove it. The data proves it. In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General
He's just sucking on something back there. He's got like a little bit of pickle or something.
Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs and sheriffs, and I have more to meet. I'll also be continuing the dialogue with business and religious leaders in part.
All right, here's my take on the way this guy is approaching the problem. They're worried they were going to lose the pigs. They had police beefing with ICE. They had the police commissioner of Minneapolis standing behind the mayor when the mayor was like, fuck you, get out. The prospect of losing local law enforcement, and local law enforcement not just not cooperating but actively being hostile to ICE, is an absolute fucking game over for these guys. And they know it. Because ICE are a bunch of pussies. They've applied to a job that lets them be a fascist creep thug. And they have absolutely through the floor requirements for training. They want to be paid to do disgusting, cruel fascism, and I hate to hand it to them, But as much as all those things apply to just regular everyday police, the regular everyday police are at least part of an established force, and many of those officers will have been trained to a higher standard and been working at their job for a much longer time. If it's the people of Minnesota versus local police departments and ICE and the National Guard, it's the feds. The feds win. The people can hold out for a long time, but on a long enough time scale, the feds win in that situation. If it's the National Guard and ICE versus the people of Minnesota and the police of Minnesota, the feds lose. Like, I think that one's literally black and white. Like, the feds get destroyed in that situation and driven the fuck out, and they are in absolute crisis. They would have to bring down a level of force, like, just absolutely terrifying to contemplate, to win in that situation. If they lose local police to the degree that local police are, like, actively, like, fighting them, they're cooked. And I think that's how this guy is looking at the situation tactically, and that's why he's saying about meeting with local law enforcement and trying to get them to cooperate. And that's also, like, this should be noted as a broad approach when a boring guy is brought in. When a guy has been going around in his Nazi swag and has been, like, cheering on the death and destruction, and then the protesters get too mad, and then a boring guy is brought in, like this guy, right? Supply teacher vibes. Substitute teacher, I think, for Yankee watchers. He is there to patch up the damage and make sure that the exact same project is carried out with everyone too sleepy to keep watching. That's Keir Starmer. That's this guy.
So, your communities, I'll be meeting with them too, because I want to hear what they have to say. In my meetings with folks so far, I was talking to the governor and the AG and Mayor Fry. We didn't agree on everything. I didn't expect to agree on anything. I've heard many people want to know why we're talking to people who they don't consider friends in administration. Bottom line is you can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions, and that's what we're going to do. And we've come a long way, and we got some good wins for the people of Minnesota, I think.
I think he means he doesn't mean I'm not chasing headlines, but rather means I want to produce as few headlines as possible.
For the administration and for the safety security of this city. One thing we did agree on, though, everybody I talked to agreed on, was that community safety is paramount. One thing we all agreed on was U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement is a legitimate law enforcement agency that has a duty to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and keep this community safe. Like I've said many times for the last several years, even before this administration, jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration authorities are sanctuaries for criminals. Sanctuary cities are
See, he's still a Nazi.
for criminals, and endangers the residents of the community. To be clear, we did not agree with Minnesota state and local officials that they would be involved in immigration enforcement. I didn't ask them to be immigration officers. I'm asking them to be cops working with the cops to help us take criminal aliens off the street. What we did agree upon.
Yeah, okay. He's just an establishment Nazi. Okay. Here's a thought. I'm going to do my best to articulate, and then we're going to go watch the podcast. It's about the protest movement in Minnesota. It's about the way the community is cohering. I don't think I'm going to express it all that well right now. I might write a Substack piece for it or something, but I'll give it my best shot here because it's relevant to the topic we're discussing today. This is a moment where they are on the retreat. There is a more and more naked class war becoming clear in America. Part of the worry of Trump's populism has been that it would be this civil war, the working class eating itself, Trump supporters fighting to defend the regime. Trump supporters largely feel very betrayed by the regime. The ones who have stuck with it have signed up for government salaries as ICE agents. He's massively unpopular. A bunch of people, his like poorest voters, are no longer with him. Not since the SNAP stuff. Certainly won't be when the cuts to Medicaid come through. But like when those were announced, it was over for that. Class warfare is becoming really naked in America. With community, like in Minneapolis, cohering to resist the federal government. With the richest man in the world and the government and all of the richest people in America and the federal agencies and all the people who enable the government and the federal agencies working together against the people. Naked class war, right? And more people are realizing this. So there's an us and a them. They are on the retreat. The anger displayed by the people in Minneapolis, but not just the anger, but the organizing and the ability to come together and the ability to fight them. It's made them rethink their strategy. And that is a moment where we should be pushing. Where the people should be pushing. But the strength isn't there. So I'm saying this right now, I'm saying we should, and I'm also saying we won't. The American left is not strong enough yet. Technically, it's too soon to say, right? Like, it's still going on in Minneapolis. It's an ongoing situation. Technically, it's too soon to say. But it won't. It won't be yet. But I need people to understand the importance here of the frustration. I need people to understand that we need to be having the conversation. We should be pushing. When Jenny Azoth in chat, Jenny Azoth spotted, fucking cited, give me your GoFundMe now. I found you. You're here. Okay. Sorry, that was probably a little alarming. When the right wing punished so many people for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, that was them dictating terms. When the federal government brought down this intense force, that was them dictating terms. They've had the power to dictate terms over and over and over again because they have organized power. And a lot of the power they have is from institutional capture. It's not grassroots, it's not the people. Because it won't be. Because this is class war, and that's not what their side is. That's not what their side is. That's our side, right? It's not a symmetrical situation. The organized power of the American left is not there right now, but we need to be having a conversation where we need to be saying to each other, it is bad and wrong that we don't right now have the power to push. We need to have the power to push. When they are reconsidering strategy like this and going, oh fuck, this isn't working, that is a moment where we should be taking ground. And it is not going to be apparent to everyone what taking ground would mean here. That itself is a lack of power. That itself, the fact that we have not cohered enough to be able to answer that question is a lack of power. That frustration is important. It's important to know, it's important to hold, it's important to feel, it's important to stoke it. Because that frustration ultimately will drive people to organize to create the power necessary for us to push. That's the thought. Okay. Pay me. Right. This podcast was recommended by Barack Obama on bluesky.app. The podcast you are about to watch has had the wokest possible endorsement. It's a little show you might have heard of called The Ezra Klein Show. Let's do it.
With every norm-busting move, with every boundary-busting decision, you get this debate around Donald Trump. Is it authoritarianism now? Has the nature of the American state finally changed into something else? It's not going to be that clean. There's no one moment where we phase from one thing to another. But I think what we can say, what can't even really be argued, is that the authoritarianism is here. It's just unevenly distributed. But you can see it. You can see it in the video of an ICE officer shooting and killing.
Okay. Sorry, I was just laughing at Lorcan's comment. Seriously though, pay me. I'm serious. That was a good one just now. That was a fucking heater I had just now. Give me money. Ezra Klein's cold opens are so fun to me because he's just having fun with words. He's just having fun with little ideas and playing with his Lego bricks. But like, but yeah, again, you know, we're bringing out leftist. Like he's doing more and more, I think, to try to appeal to the leftists in the crowd. I started this as a joke, but he might be watching the liberal slop stream. It could be, you know, he's trying to get the Sophie from Mars seal of approval for saying authoritarianism's already here, it's just not evenly distributed yet, which is a riff on the, you know, the future is not here, the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed yet. Just like he was talking about propaganda of the deed last time. I do think Ta-Nehisi Coates scooped out his soul and gave it a little kiss, mwah, and said, now we have to actually fight. And he's like, he's really trying, but he's like a baby for leftism because he's only just realized like what his role is. That would be nice to see anyway. I actually haven't seen really meaningful stuff so far. I've just seen him like gesturing at stuff that is much more far left than his usual body of work. But we're going to watch him with a guest here discussing the situation in Minneapolis. Doing his best. That's right, Mule. He's doing his best. Little Ezra. Little baby Ezra. Little baby. He's doing his best. It's his first day as one of the highest paid and best known opinion columnists in America. It's his first day. He's just a little guy. Okay.
Renee Good in Minneapolis. You can see it when you watch a disabled woman dragged out of her car on her way to a doctor's appointment. You can see it when a family of 8 on its way home from a basketball game is tear-gassed and needs to give CPR to their 6-month-old child.
I was giving mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because nobody wants to see that.
Look, they're grabbing you.
You can see it when Border Patrol agents tackle and detain a U.S. citizen who is filming their activities, and then they accuse him of assaulting them. You can see it when masked men walk up to people with brown skin and just ask them to prove that they are American. And you can see it spreading every day, distributing itself more widely to more kinds of people.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Rulli, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park.
In Minnesota, local law enforcement officials held a press conference to announce that their own officers were being racially.
Middle-earth Marxist says, you can see it when a liberal doesn't know their role anymore. All right, let's pull it back up. Let's just pull it back up. It's just good. I'm really proud of this edit, and I feel I'm gonna create the inevitable video essay about this interview, entirely out of just like making more and more elaborate YouTube poops about this video essay, about this fucking interview.
Can you answer that? Can you say what you? I think it's a good point. Would you would you define for me how you see what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man.
All right. Back on it. Not that one. Back on over here. Here we go.
Racially profiled by federal immigration agents.
We started.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Morgan the Fae, for donating £20. I really, really appreciate that. That's so lovely of you. The message says, so thankful for all you do. That's really lovely. Thank you so much. Wow. Everyone, that means we have reached about 350. Not quite. There's a little. We could get a little over. You know, it's 250 to get over 350. But that means we're only about £50 from the goal for today, which is £400. If we hit that goal, I am going to add an extra stream on to next month, and we're going to do a games stream as well as the liberal slop streams. So that's the reward if we can get there. There are 33 people watching right now. That's like almost just £1 each if you were to donate. £2 each, and we'd get past it very easily. So subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip if you want to get past that goal. Get another stream. And VOD viewers, please remember also, though it doesn't add to the dono goal thing here, you can donate directly. And I'll let you know when I figure out the birthday fundraiser plan, how I'm running that. But like VOD watchers, there's a link down below. You can donate directly, or if you regularly watch the VODs and you want to support me monthly, you can do that on Patreon. Right, let's carry on.
Hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them.
But we are at the beginning of this.
I really want Ezra Klein to be having like a proper leftist arc. Thank you, Middle Earth Marxist, for tipping £1. Pound it, chat, says Middle Earth Marxist. I really want Ezra to be having a revolutionary arc. I really want him to like be fucking wearing the keffiyeh in about a year's time. For him to be like just fully advocating that people organize, and that's the only. I want him to use the word dual power. I want him to start saying dual power in his not just as the like concept that he alludes to as in his cold open, and then he goes, and in a way Trump is doing dual power or whatever. I want him to be like, we have to make dual power. We need people's councils, we need direct democracy, we need Soviets, we need to build dual power and make the bourgeois parliamentarism. I want him to get there. It's more likely, like most white American liberals, he would, like most white American liberals who start calling themselves a leftist, he would start calling himself an anarchist to, so as to not so as to not be supporting scary authoritarian communism done by brown people. Is that more likely? In the arc I'm imagining, it's more likely. In the arc that maybe is more realistic, Ezra Klein becomes like a democratic socialist who really wants China to have more influence in the world, maybe. Oh my goodness! Jenny Azoth just tipped £11, 48 pence, taking us to 360. That's now £40 to a game stream. Oh shit! That's actually really big. That's actually really, really cool. I just really want it to be that Ezra released an article so dumb about Charlie Kirk that his only option was to become a real leftist. And that's not the real reason, right? The real reason is like the rising fascism in America. But I do want this arc. It would just be very pleasing to me. Okay, let's keep going. We're not going to stream for too much longer, by the way, chat, because it's already been 3.5 hours, and I'm definitely not going past 4.
We are 1 year into this administration, and now, thanks to the unprecedented $170 billion windfall for immigration enforcement in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill.
Sorry, it just hit me that, like, Ezra Klein, like, not nasal at all, and, like, quite a blocked up sound, in that nasally way. What I meant was, like, it doesn't sound like he's breathing through his nose much at all, and I just spotted that his nose is quite off to one side. This is often on my mind because I had my deviated septum corrected in my FFS. Do you think he has one? Do you think if he had it straightened out, his entire podcasting career would shift? Because his voice would change a ton.
$70 billion windfall for immigration enforcement in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The administration has essentially a blank check to build the police state of its dreams. It is hard to keep the scale of what the Trump administration is building in your mind all at once. There is so much more happening than what is recorded on viral video clips. So I want to talk to someone who has been tracking it. Caitlin Dickerson is a journalist at The Atlantic. She's been covering immigration closely since Trump's first term. She won a Pulitzer Prize in 2023 for reporting on Trump's family separation policy. I asked her on the show to walk me through, as clearly as she could, what this new infrastructure looks like, how it fits together, how it is being administered, what it is being used to do right now, and what that might mean for the future. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Caitlin Dickerson, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to begin with some of the pieces of the immigration enforcement we have now. I think the agency people have heard the most about in the last year is ICE. What was ICE under Joe Biden, and how is it different now?
So ICE is responsible for immigration enforcement within the interior of the country, going after people who've made it across the border, are living in American cities, and who are subject to deportation. That's who they were under the Biden administration, and that's who they are now. The difference is how they go about that work. So really, since the Ford era, we've had some level of priorities that immigration enforcement officials are supposed to follow for who they should go after versus who they shouldn't. Because throughout the United States history, we've had lots of
Valkyrie, thank you so much for tipping £3.
unauthorized immigrants. Some are thought of sort of societally and in the eyes of government as a problem, and others really not. They're minding their own business, they're doing jobs. And the Biden administration imposed the severest form or the strictest form of priorities that we'd seen historically, where ICE was directed only to go after people who had very serious criminal records. The rest of the undocumented population was left alone. So ICE officials had to get permission if they wanted to go after somebody.
Just wanted to point out when I said, by the way, that Obama endorsed this, that what he specifically said was, more and more Americans are voicing their outrage at the tactics being deployed by the federal agents in Minnesota, but it's important to understand the broader implications of what this administration is doing and the threat it poses to basic freedoms of every American. Here's a podcast that does a good job of laying out what's at stake and why all of us need to get off the sidelines to demand change. So, there's a really big claim being made about like the content of this podcast, and it's like, again, it seems like Ezra is taking a radical posture, and like he's interviewing a guest that like top reply, could you at least give us a my B for elevating Tom Homan? That's so funny. Can I offer you a podcast in this trying time? There's a big claim being made in the Obama endorsement about the contents of this podcast, and how important it's going to be. And I have to pee too much to focus on anything they're saying, so I have to go pee now. And I will see you all in a couple of minutes when I've peed. Thank you for your patience. Okay, now that I can actually think, It shouldn't be this intermission screen anyway, should it? Obviously not. What am I doing? Ridiculous. This is what it should have been the whole time. Obviously. Okay. What's happening in chat? Have I missed much? Did you miss me? Chat, am I good? Alright. I feel so much more able to think now. Thanks for the podcast, Obama. It's good. Okay, let's carry on with the podcast. Yes, the big claim that we're evaluating this on is, does this tell us what to do? And is the thing it tells us what to do correct? You know, is the analysis practical? That's a really big part of what's like at stake in what we're asking here.
And arrest them and deport them, and the bar was considered very high. Now, of course, there are no restrictions whatsoever. ICE has carte blanche permission to go after any immigrant in the United States without legal status. And ICE has always done lots of arrests, hundreds of thousands some years, and consistently gone after these people with serious criminal records. But central to their approach was to make arrests happen in a way that was meant to be as safe as possible and as seamless as possible. Not that this is going to sound great to people, but to describe it for you, what ICE agents did historically is that they would identify someone they wanted to arrest, do lots of work at a desk on a computer before they ever pursued this person to confirm their identity, to confirm they had no claim to legal status in the United States. Once that work was done...
Okay, again, we are defining the step too far point here, where, like, materialist analysis should bring us to, like, if not a literal open border policy, then a country that, like, seeks to fucking accommodate people as much as possible, rather than just, like, punish them for seeking a better life.
They would often go to the person's house at 5 or 6 in the morning, knock on the door, and try to take them into custody, often while other relatives are still sleeping and before they leave for work for the day. So, you know, I point out that this isn't going to sound great because, of course, what I'm talking about is a situation where you'd have kids wake up in the morning and find out that their mom or dad was gone. But that approach was to minimize the kinds of chaos that we're seeing ICE really invite now. So I've talked to so many current and former ICE officials who are watching this happen, and they're...
Oh, it's about minimizing the chaos. Okay, I don't like this.
They're really bewildered because it's as if ICE is now going against all of its former training to make arrests as dramatic as possible, to do them in the streets in front of the general public, kind of inviting conflicts that then lead to protesting and to escalations. And they're also filming a lot of these violent clashes, making them as dramatic as possible and prioritizing that over safety. It's really just such a significant change. It's hard to understate. And part of it, I think, is because they're trying to, and I'm sure we'll get into this, really spread a certain level of fear that's intended to encourage people to leave the country on their own so that they don't have to make as many arrests. You know, they want to encourage self-deportations. So it's absolutely the case that the look and feel of ICE is really different right now. I think people are right to feel that way. It's the massive increase in boots on the ground. It's the tactics that are being used. It's the locations that arrests are taking place.
Okay, so far she is sounding like she is going to be broadly happy with Homan.
ICE had a policy that made courthouses, schools, and hospitals off limits for immigration enforcement for the same reason, to prioritize safety. That policy is now gone, and I think both for purposes of efficiency and getting as many deportations done as possible, but also playing into the drama, now you see ICE very frequently in those places.
I want to pick up on something you said there, which is that many of the videos we're seeing, many of the violent clashes we're seeing are staged to be that way. Something I've been tracking often with the Trump administration is the way it uses spectacle as policy, spectacle as message. Oftentimes, this is less true in immigration, but oftentimes they're not changing rules so much as they are doing things, making sure the thing spreads virally, mimetically, so people understand that this government is different. Things are different now. Mm-hmm. And I'd be curious to hear, and partly from maybe some of these past conversations you're having with former ICE officials, what they make of the propaganda, what they make of the videos, what they make of the clips, what they make of the visual spectacle being constructed around it all.
When it comes to the former law enforcement officials, what they make of the propaganda is grave concern because they feel like it's taking away from the legitimacy of this agency. I mean, ICE, people will tell you, has always kind of been the redheaded stepchild of federal law enforcement. It's a less prestigious job. It's easier to get into than other federal law enforcement agencies, and it's always politicized. And so there was this real emphasis to learn the law.
Okay, I think it might be reasonable to say, based on the stuff she's saying so far, I'm trying to be a little charitable here, that she thinks the step too far is still before normal. Like, that she still thinks that ICE as it existed before Trump needed some work. This is still, like, allowing in so much American normalized fascist garbage. But it is clearing the impossibly low bar of better than The Economist. The redheaded stepchild. Yeah, I always hated that metaphor.
Law and to apply the law with a certain degree of professionalism to kind of give ICE more legitimacy as a serious federal law enforcement agency. My best impression of the situation is that whereas before there was very thorough training to explain what are people's civil rights, what is immigration law, what are your authorities, and what are not your authorities as a deportation officer. Now, training is dramatically truncated, and basically the message has come down to do what you got to do to bring people into custody. So what I'm hearing from these former officials is that the propaganda and the videos are taking away from that impression, really making the public quite skeptical of them. And they feel the same way about the fact that officers now are routinely wearing masks and refusing to identify themselves. All of it sort of takes away from how seriously they're viewed as a law enforcement agency.
Who is ICE now? One of the things that surprised me when doing research for this episode was recognizing that now most of its enforcement agents are new recruits.
That's right. So we had about 7,000 ICE agents toward the end of the Biden administration, and the Trump administration says that they've hired 12,000 people since then. Some percentage are people who'd retired from immigration enforcement before.
Okay, so can we say they're Nazis? Can we say they are ideologically committed fascists, please?
So they have some experience, but we're talking about a lot of new faces. They're trying to hire as many former law enforcement agents as they can just to bring people in with some familiarity with.
Oh, cops who've been fired. That's encouraging.
With how to do this type of work, but there are lots of people, it seems, within this new workforce who have absolutely no experience and who are learning how to enforce the law, how to carry a weapon, how to interact with the public, just starting from square one right now.
When you look at the way they're recruiting, when you look at the images they're using to recruit, the videos they're using to recruit, who do they seem to be targeting to you?
So it varies. Some of the messaging says that the Department of Homeland Security is looking to hire patriots, looking to hire people who want to defend and protect the country. But we're also seeing a lot of explicit references to white nationalist ideas and the kind of dog whistles that we've all become used to when Trump is president.
So they're Nazis. We're nearly there. We're almost there.
So they've used slogans, they've referenced songs, they've used images that speak to manifest destiny and this idea that the United States was a land intended for white people. And really, language that I think to people who are unfamiliar with these phrases, it just seems kind of weird. It seems kind of old-fashioned and strange and odd. But the fact is that if you're a member of the Proud Boys or you're a follower of QAnon, you recognize these exact phrases that are being used as a kind of call to action and to apply for a job as an ICE agent.
I want to play you a clip from Stephen Miller, who went on TV to deliver a message to ICE agents under fire for brutality and aggression.
To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city of...
In chat, what we got? Skinny Pig Games saying, to a person like this, there is no line that can be crossed that requires calling someone a fascist. There's no goalpost of Nazism that cannot be moved. I think that's a bit uncharitable. I think that they're being a bit fucking wet. I think they're being a bit fucking wet. And as I say, people need to be told to take action and organize right now. They need to be told that they are in a class war. They need to be told that they need to build dual power and overthrow the fascist system that is oppressing them. And yeah, these people are not going to say that. But I don't think that I don't know. As I say, it may be a little bit uncharitable. Mule has just linked in chat, Minneapolis and St. Paul launched tenants union in response to ICE crackdown. This is very exciting. We're just going to open this up over here. I've got it over here. Here we go. Tenants across Minneapolis and St. Paul have just launched a Twin Cities tenant union citing the fact their cities are under siege and saying they need to band together to protect one another. And this is a link tree to the tenants union. There's an Instagram. Okay, there isn't a longer statement as far as I can see. So you join the union. Okay. But it's very exciting to see them seeing organizing as the solution here. And that's the good news in all of this, right, is that the people are leagues ahead of Ezra Klein. The people don't need telling where they're experiencing the most direct fascism because it becomes just an obvious thing to do. It's like when Alexis de Loomis was on Red Planet. Alexis de Loomis, for those who don't know, fought in the International Freedom Battalion alongside other volunteers from around the world, alongside the YPG and YPJ in Syria, in the Democratic Autonomous Administration of Northeastern Syria, Rojava. They fought against Daesh. They fought against ISIS, that is. And he said to us, ideological differences didn't really matter to people who are there, because the closer you are to the front line, the more those disappear, and the more the immediate action of what you have to do wins out, right? If we imagine at one end of the spectrum, someone who is in a morally just war, the way that fighting ISIS is, who is picking up a gun and shooting a fascist who wants to make everyone's lives miserable, who wants to behead people and rape women and roll around as just gangsters, claiming religious authority to be a fascist. That they're at one end of the spectrum. There is a thing to do. It is the moral thing to do, and they are doing it. And the other end of the spectrum is the 100% lived out person I was imagining earlier, right? I have to vote. Oh, ISIS are closing in with machine guns. I must vote. It's just when people are so politically unconscious, right, that they don't even people feel they have walked 100 miles, 1,000 miles in political terms, getting up to a point where they have all of the analysis, all of the right books they've read, all of the right phrases to use, all of the ways that fit into the dogma of the ideologies, language that they've learned to justify getting the things they wanted anyway, but in the terms of the ideology. They think they've moved so far, and they haven't moved at all because they haven't changed their action. They haven't changed their action at all. And it's when they change to taking any action at all, more than in the ballot box, that they actually move shockingly quickly. And this is the thing of people in those cities that are under siege right now. This is why they're doing things like starting that Twin Cities Tenants Union, because they're recognizing that organizing is the thing that must be done. This is just the moral action. It is what is to be done. And yeah, it's like people in, again, like the spectacle industry, as I am, as Mule is, as Ezra Klein is, as Barack Obama is, as a politician who gets elected based on charisma, as Trump is. Like, if we want a moral world, which, you know, Trump doesn't, then we have to tell people to organize toward a world that is more democratic, more socialist, more free, more anti-imperialist, more feminist. We have to take material steps towards things like land back, things like abolition. We have to treat the personal as political and try to uphold our principles in our interactions with others. Because it's the moral action, because it is what is to be done. And to get people to do those things, if you are in the business of spectacle, it's very difficult. You know, when I realized for myself that like only action, like we have to actually make a material difference, or stated ideologies don't mean shit. Like the analysis has to be correct, but we have to take action, right? It's not like I've come up with the perfect spectacle for it, right? Like I don't have 10 trillion subscribers, right? It's a hard thing to figure out, but it's so painful when you do to see everyone who isn't even saying, hey folks, join a union. Because it's free to do that. Like,
official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Everyone hold up. Wait. 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 Oh! Oh! Look who it is! He just came across the ticker. Buddy, what are you doing there? Okay, we'll carry on.
And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
What do you make of that?
I make of that Miller's trying to communicate to ICE and to these new members of ICE in particular that they will not face consequences for use of force specifically. I think he's speaking to the ICE officer who shot Renee Good in Minnesota last week and killed her, but also to officers who've used tear gas, who've pushed and shoved and arrested protesters, who've claimed that people who are filming them are impeding arrest and using that as a...
Mule says about Curtis Sliwa, they're giving him another shot. It's his turn. We should all sit down and listen, is the thing. American politics has shut out real heroes like Curtis Sliwa unfairly for too long.
Pretense to either take those people into custody or have some sort of violent altercation with them. It is very striking. I was talking to one former ICE official who told me that, you would always fear discharging your weapon in an interaction, even a potentially violent and a dangerous one. Usually the concern was that officers would be too unwilling to use their gun because they worried about potential repercussions. And there were all these layers of investigation that would take place after a shooting. And so his fear when he was in ICE.
This is all just insane cop shit. Can she not qualify any of this with, like, this is insane cop shit, or does she just believe it?
For 30 years was that he wouldn't use his gun in a moment when he needed to. And now it's almost as if the opposite fear is true. And we've seen within ICE.
Police were too worried to use their guns? Like, that is... What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, like...
People losing their jobs, high-level officials losing their jobs.
Weirdo of Oz saying, I think she's friends with cops. Yeah, I reckon so. I gotta say, I think Skinny Pig Games earlier, maybe what you were saying was broadly fine. I think you might have been right. Yeah. I think you might have been right on this one.
Jobs because they're not delivering enough deportations, they're not being aggressive enough. And so I think Miller is just...
This is also, this is some stuff that's exactly the same in the UK context, where, and what I mean is the talking point, the propaganda talking point. I've had family members telling me about how cops end up quitting because, everything is becoming too much paperwork and they're really bored and they want to have a turn holding the gun, but they have to fill out all the forms just to hold the gun. And it's just yeah, but to make people safe, why do they need the gun? Can we ask that? Can we interrogate that? Can people can they want to actually improve the lives of people in the community? And can, I don't know, or is it just they're hoping that their life is going to become a Call of Duty fantasy?
Underscoring that argument that you're not going to get in trouble for being too aggressive. And in fact, the only thing you will get in trouble for is not being aggressive enough.
Tell me about that high-level purge or turnover of leadership.
So it's happened a couple of different times. The very head of ICE was replaced, a deputy was replaced, and then we've also seen several field office directors. So the ICE has the country divided into individual field offices, and those directors are the people who are over.
Chat, I'm just going to say now, I've gone past 4 hours now, and I said I wasn't going to, so we're going to watch a little bit further, and then I'm going to wrap up. If you've been enjoying the stream, please pay for the stream. We still haven't hit the goal for tonight, which is 400. We are £37 away. If we do cross it before we wrap up, I will add on an extra stream next month, and it will be a game stream. But just right now, we're going to watch a little bit more of this and then wrap up.
Seeing the officers carrying out these deportations, talking to them on a daily basis, communicating quotas and guidelines. And we've seen a significant number of those field office directors taken off of their duties and replaced with officials from the Border Patrol. I think that's really significant because the Border Patrol, in general, reputationally, is viewed, even within the Department of Homeland Security, as a tougher and more... wild, wild west almost type of environment that they tend to work in. But also there are legal differences. What people's rights are at the border are different from their rights within the interior of the country.
So I'm glad you brought up Border Patrol because I said at the beginning that I think people have heard the most about ICE. But a lot of the very aggressive raids we're seeing now are led by, certainly include Border Patrol. So tell me a bit about how that agency's mission and focus have changed, over the past 18 months.
So the border has been relatively, compared to the past, empty since Trump took office. And so you have a lot of border officials who are available and have been detailed to American cities to support ICE. And I think that you're seeing the difference in the way that they're used to working in these interactions that we're watching in American cities. Border Patrol officials operate in a different constitutional zone. Border Patrol officials have a lot more freedom when it comes to how they stop and question people, what source of information they can access. Very different from the Fourth Amendment protections that we're used to in the interior of the country. And I think...
So already these agents have significantly more power than even regular cops, and we're talking about, like, being too scared of firing your gun.
Some of the differences that we're seeing in how interior arrests look now versus how they did in the past may simply come down to training.
Let me pick up on what you said at the beginning there, which is that the border has been very quiet since Trump took over. I mean, Trump did run for office promising to secure the southern border. I remember talking to Biden administration officials often during his term, and there was a huge upsurge in people crossing the border, people being stopped at the border. And you would get all these explanations that made it seem like it was quite out of their control, that there were all these things happening in Latin America and, you know, problems in Venezuela and people fleeing. And they often treated it as outside the realm of...
Middle-earth Marxists saying, holy shit, she's just saying this shit like it's a normal thing and shouldn't be causing massive outrage, and Ezra's role is to let her. Okay, cool. So we're definitely seeing what I've been saying through the whole stream here about, like, the step too far. Like, here, I think there's a really clear, like, we all have a very strong felt sense of where the step too far is, if we're going to identify what, you know, a step too far, and it's way before any of this shit. Like, you know, if we're all abolitionists here, and I hope we are, it's before there are police at all. Police is a step too far. But even supposing some kind of law enforcement force exists, right? Say in a transitional state towards police abolition, like, the step too far, like, the clearest one that comes to mind is the right to kill. And, like, the way that they're discussing this with this, like, cynical realpolitik about how cops use guns. It's so Yankee brained to be, like, so oblivious to the fucking police state that you live in. Like America is terrifying in terms of police violence and the police's rights over ordinary citizens.
Policy. Now, in the last year of Biden's administration, they began to change policy and border crossings seemed to go down. What has Trump done, though, to basically, I don't want to say end people coming to the southern border, but you look at the numbers and it is very, very, very low. What is the lesson of that?
So I don't think the lesson is that the changes in numbers of people crossing the border is solely due to policy. I hear what you're saying. I'm very familiar with this debate. And I think that circumstances outside the United States and outside American policy are very relevant. I think a lot of times missing from that conversation is acknowledgement of the fact that there was a global pandemic and an incredible pent-up demand for crossing borders, given the way that international economies struggled so much. You know, the U.S. recovered better than any country in the world economically. And so it makes sense that coming out of the pandemic with...
Sorry. Like, the richest country in the world that has all of its, like, tendrils sapping wealth out of the entire planet recovered the best from the pandemic. Like, fuck off. Sorry. Like, it's not even, I don't think it's even an untrue statement necessarily. I'm sure she could back it up with, like, graphs and shit. And I'm just like, they recovered the best. It's just such an anti-human, anti-life way to think and talk about things. Oh, Christ.
Travel restrictions lifting abroad, and with so many other countries suffering more than they were previously, that there was a huge pent-up demand that contributed to the increase.
Mule here saying U.S. sanctions, imperialism, economic hegemony are largely responsible for a lot of migration. Yeah, absolutely. Climate change too. You know, like, so there's like
people who cross the border under the...
There's the touch thing on the headphones. I've told you about it before. Chat, I mean. I've definitely said about it on stream. I've got this thing.
Biden administration. You know,
it's very easy to accidentally bump that. And then I miss out on my communists arguing, you know? I'm walking around, I'm going to Big Tesco, I'm having a beautiful walk in the park, waves rippling across the lake in the local park, sunshine through the trees, and I'm listening to my beautiful sounds of like 5 white men who are communists arguing over infantile nonsense. And I bump it, and it stops, you know? It's very upsetting. Yeah, sanctions, imperialism, economic hegemony, like, are directly and indirectly responsible for so much migration, because the US will do a coup somewhere, or the US will completely destabilize another country's economy, right? Like, when the US gives aid to other countries, right, it subsidizes the crops that its farmers want to grow and can grow easily. And then it has way too much of it, and then it gives aid to other countries. Well, not anymore, thanks Trump. Aid to other countries that completely tanks their local economy. The local value of that crop goes through the floor. And then you've got a bunch of people who are suddenly going to be economic migrants because, like, well, they know how to grow this thing. A bunch of it's being grown in the US for actual money. They can't make any money doing it at home, you know?
You had millions of people leave Venezuela because of falling apart within that country and the regime there and the economy and public safety. You know, political dissidents were being jailed and killed, et cetera. And so at a certain point, everybody who was able to leave Venezuela has left Venezuela. So I think there can be a real problem with just taking a slice of a moment in time and saying, you know, the Biden administration had record-breaking immigration and leaving it at that to suggest that that only factors that had to do with Biden administration and their policies were at fault for these really high numbers.
I don't think I would say only factors, but I think I would...
Not the Biden administration, all the administrations, the collective fucking project of America. Oh my God.
I think I'd be surprised, although tell me if this is your view, that the sense of American cruelty and the signal sent by the Trump administration...
Okay, we're only 20 minutes into this podcast. It's becoming clear to me that we want to dedicate a full stream to finishing this off. I'm going to make next week's stream just this podcast. We're just going to go through it. I'm going to wrap up now. Thank you so much for watching. Here is your last reminder that if you've been enjoying the stream, to please pay for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. VOD watchers, please check out the links below. You can subscribe to me on Patreon if you're a regular watcher of the VODs. You can donate to me directly if you just want me to have some more money right now. And I'll let you know next week what the plan is for my birthday fundraiser, which we've got 6 months to slowly fill up so I can get money to do a little trip to New Zealand where I was born. I hope everyone has a wonderful night and a wonderful week. Please come by on Sunday to twitch.tv/RedPlanetLive for Red Planet, where I think we'll also be talking about more of the ice resistance stuff. I think that's it. So I hope everyone has a lovely night. Chat, now is your chance to do as many animal noises in chat as you want. Get some favorite animal noises going. Yes, and as I say, next week we will do the rest of the Ezra Klein podcast, as recommended by Barry Obama himself, on Blue Sky, the official site of being woke and soy and cucked. I think that's it. Oh my God. Oh, I nearly coughed. I was gonna do little cat noises. I'm dying. Okay. Have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.